Welcome to the Diploma-3 Nursing Study Program Bogor Campus Health Poltekkes of the Ministry of Health Bandung. The establishment of the Bogor Campus Nursing Study Program dates back on 1985, initially known as the School of Mental Health Nursing. This program operates under the auspices of the Health Poltekkes of Bandung, established by the Ministry of Health of the Republic of Indonesia, and is located at Jalan Dr. Sumeru, Menteng Subdistrict, West Bogor District, Bogor City. The Diploma Nursing Study Program Bogor Campus is dedicated to producing competent, professional, and globally competitive nursing graduates in the domain of psychosocial nursing care, underpinned by applied technological advancements. This dedication is embodied in the cultivation of the 7S work: smile, greeting, salutation, patience, politeness, courtesy, and affection.
Visi kami adalah menjadi program studi D3 keperawatan yang unggul dalam perawatan psikososial, berkarakter, menggunakan teknologi terapan, dan berdaya saing internasional tahun 2024. Kami berkomitmen untuk mewujudkan visi tersebut melalui misi, tujuan, dan strategi sehingga menghasilkan lulusan perawat yang handal dan siap bekerja baik dalam maupun di luar negeri.
Recognizing the pivotal role of human resource in higher education, the Bogor Campus Nursing Study Program maintains a structured and efficient organizational framework. This program has achieved an A Excellent accreditation from Poltekkes and has consistently maintained 100% national competency exam passing rate for 5 consecutive years, earning recognition in the silver category. The continuously unchanged academic quality, the program is supported by a cadre of highly qualified and dedicated professionals. In addition, the program is equipped with a comprehensive range of state-of-the-art laboratories to facilitate experiential learning, including Neonatal Nursing Laboratory, Pediatric Nursing Laboratory, Basic Nursing Laboratory, Medical Surgical Nursing Laboratory, Emergency Nursing Laboratory, Disaster Nursing Laboratory, Psychiatric Nursing Laboratory, Maternity Nursing Laboratory, Psychosocial Nursing Laboratory, Psychosocial Rehabilitation Laboratory, Community Health Nursing Laboratory, Objective Structure Clinical Examination Laboratory, Computer-Based Testing Laboratory. To further support the academic journey of nursing students, the program provides the following facilities: Classroom, Integrated Library, Health Service Units, Student Corner, Prayer Room, Sports Field, Nursing Garden, Student Dormitory. This section highlights student activities from the Diploma Nursing Study Program, Bogor campus. And its commitment to advancing student competencies in clinical nursing practice. The program collaborates with numerous healthcare facilities and has established academic and practical partnership with 27 domestic institutions and 2 international counterparts. In alignment with its strategic vision, the program regularly hosts national and international seminars with the focus on psychosocial nursing. As part of its contribution to public health, faculty and students engage in community service activities aimed at promoting psychosocial well-being. Lecturers' Achievement. Student Achievement. Lecturers' Creation. Graduates of the Bogor Campus Nursing Study Program have successfully entered the workforce, serving in various healthcare settings.
Alumni dari Prodi Keperawatan Bogor telah bekerja dengan baik di seluruh tatanan pelayanan kesehatan, baik itu di puskesmas, di klinik, di rumah sakit, maupun di vaskes lainnya. Dinas Kesehatan Kota Bogor juga terlibat secara aktif dalam perumusan visi misi, kemudian juga tinjauan kurikulum, dan berbagai kegiatan seminar yang dilaksanakan oleh Prodi Keperawatan Bogor.
Kemampuan yang diberikan oleh dosen yang berada di kampus Akper Bogor melatih kami dengan teori dan praktek lapangan yang relevan sehingga mempersiapkan lulusannya untuk menghadapi tantangan dunia kerja di rumah sakit internasional.
Berbekal dari pengetahuan, keterampilan, dan pendidikan yang diperoleh selama saya mengikuti perkuliahan di Bogor yang dibimbing oleh dosen-dosen yang sangat berpengalaman.
Mari bergabung bersama kami, Prodi Keperawatan Bogor. Together we can.
Before we begin the next session, allow me to extend a warm good morning and welcome to Professor Dr. Farida Mosaid from Lincoln University to this international seminar.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Salam.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning,
Waalaikumsalam.
Professor.
Good morning, dan selamat pagi. Can we start or you want to? What shall I do? Can I start now?
Thank you for coming to this international seminar.
Thank you.
Okay, the next event is the speech by the director of the Health Polytechnic, Ministry of Health Bandung, Dr. Pramita Iriana, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Biomedical Science.
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The honorable speakers from Lincoln University Malaysia, Khon Kaen University Thailand, Jakarta Drug Dependency Hospital, Bogor Nursing Study Program, academic, practitioners, students, and all extraordinary participants, welcome to the International Seminar, term Effort to Build Mental Health of the Strawberry Generation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Peace be upon all of us. Good morning and healthy soul greetings. It's an honor and pride for us, the Bandung Ministry of Health Polytechnic, especially the Bogor Nursing Study Program, to hold this scientific forum. This seminar was born out of our concern for an increasingly important issue in today's era, namely the mental health of the younger generation, especially the generation born in the digital era with very wide access to technology, so that they are very proficient in using social media and digital platforms as a means of expression and interactions. And however, intense exposure to social media also gives rise to social pressures and unrealistic expectation, which can lead to stress and mental health problems. The high level of mental health problems requires health service efforts that are both promotive, preventive, curative, and rehabilitative. As health education institution, professional educator, we have a collective responsibility to create an environment that is not only physically safe, but also psychologically healthy. Through this forum, we hope to explore a more humanistic, scientific evidence-based, and sustainable strategy in building the mental resilience of our young generation. The international seminar activity carried out by the Bogor Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health of Bandung Nursing Study Program currently strongly support the achievement of the key performance indicator of the Bandung Ministry of Health Polytechnic, and in accordance with the vision and mission of the Bogor Nursing Study Program, which is oriented toward graduates who excel in psychosocial nursing care and competitive at the international level. I would like to express my deepest appreciation to the speakers and participants from various backgrounds and countries. Hopefully, this meeting will be the starting point for broader global collaboration to create a world that cares more about mental health. Welcome to the seminar. Hopefully, this activity will provide new inspiration, knowledge, and enthusiasm for all of us. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat dan sukses untuk kita semua. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
After that, it will be followed by a documentation session. We ask all participants to activate the camera for a moment because we will take documentation in the form of screenshot as a memento of this 2025 International Seminar.
Okay, we will count down. 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay, please, to the participant, please on your... Okay. And smile. Okay, one more time to make sure everyone is smiling. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay, good job. Well, we will start to enter the main event, namely the health seminar, with the first material with the title Mental Health of the Strawberry Generation, Characteristic and Challenges, which will be presented by Professor Dr. Faridah Mosaid from Lincoln University, Malaysia. And the second material with the title Building the Mental Health of the Strawberry Generation, which will be presented by Dr. Lee David Johnson, PhD in Human Movement Science, and Miss Supapornpanya from Khon Kaen University, Thailand. This session will be hosted by Balki Shifa Khansa. To Balki Shifa Khansa, I invite you.
All right, thank you to the MC for the warm welcome. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to guide today's seminar, where we'll explore some really interesting material from our amazing speaker. Good morning, everyone, and warm greeting to all of you. Before we begin, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Bakshifa Kansa, and I'll be your moderator for today's seminar. Today's seminar will be divided into 2 sessions. Each session will consist of the following: 1. Opening by the moderator. 2. Material presentation. 3. Question and answer session. 4. Closing by the moderator. We'll begin with the first material presentation, which will be delivered by our speaker, Professor Dr. Faridah Mosaid. But before that, let me greet and welcome her first. Hello, Professor Faridah. Good morning.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum, and hope that everybody is happy and healthy, inshallah.
All right. How are you today, Professor?
I'm good, alhamdulillah.
All right, wonderful. So I hope you're doing well and feeling energetic. It's such an honor to have you with us today, Professor. We're very excited to hear your thoughts in this interesting topic. So today, Professor Dr. Faridah will be sharing a presentation titled Mental Health of the Strawberry Generation, Characteristic and Challenges. Before we dive into the presentation, let's get to know our speaker a little better by reading her CV. All right, her name is Professor Dr. Faridah Mosaid. Her academic qualification: PhD in Community Education and Development, University Putra, Malaysia, 2012. Her current professional membership: Nursing Genius Journal International Editor, 2024 till present. Previous and current employment: Lincoln University College, postgraduate PhD Nursing Studies, Head Faculty of Nursing, Lincoln University College, until present. Invited speakers: wound care management and complementary therapies in holistic health across the Asia region. Second International Conference on Health Science on-site, Faculty of Health Sciences, University Nasional Indonesia, 2nd November 2024, Conference and Training, Research Methodology Update, Postgraduate Studies, Lincoln University College, concurrent twice yearly, Achievement, Top QPS Champion 2017, Madinah Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, PMBAAH 2017, Quality Assurance and Host. So Professor Farida is currently the head of PhD Nursing Studies at Lincoln University College, Malaysia, with over 40 years of experience in nursing, public health, education, and research. She has held many roles from coronary care nurse to academic leader, international consultant, and research supervisor for numerous PhD across Southeast Asia. Wow, how impressive. This is so cool and amazing. Professor Farida, thank you for joining us today. So without further ado, we invite Professor Dr. Farida Musaid to present her material. The screen is yours, Professor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the kind introductions. Even though I have 40 years, so meaning that I'm no more strawberries. So, but we're still learning from the strawberries. There is a blending information and sharing between the strawberry and non-strawberries generations, right? Okay, let me share with you my presentation. All right. Is my voice audible to everybody? Yes, thank you so much. And is my presentation visible for everybody? All right. Before I start, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, and I would like to extend my gratitude to all those invitations given to me and all those opportunities to share my my knowledge and my experience with the younger generation. So I hope by sharing this my material, it should give some insight to what is the current situation that we are facing. All right. All right. So now let us look at the definition itself. What we call that generation strawberry. And from the day that I have this, so I start thinking this strawberry generation, because our generation is not called by any name. We are given by the numbers. We are the boomers. So, and then we have X and Y. So now we have all those strawberry generation. I was a bit, it is a good opportunity for me to explore and to understand more about this generation strawberry. But anyway, let us look at the mind that start thinking about this generation strawberry. Who are they? Are they those born between 1946? No, they are not. Are they those born between 1965? They are not. They are being called as Generation X. And are they those born in 1981 to 1995? Also no. They are those people who are being called by Generation Y. And if look at that born after 1995, it is called Generation Z. So I was a bit disappointed. Where can I find this strawberry generation? Because when I look through any of those articles, especially those published and established articles, I could not find those strawberry generation. So I was wondering, what is that? But before that, I would like to look into what is the generation, the definition of generation. Generation is a people who are born and live within that time zone, say like time zone, and they shape their same culture and event, because this is very important for us to understand, so that we can understand what do you mean by a generation strawberry here, and then why are they called a generation strawberry here. According to William Strauss, that each youth generation tries to compensate from what it is perceived as the excess of the generation before. So this is what I said. I had to learn about this generation strawberry because I have to know what is the next generation after me. All right. So looking into some of those theories, so I found that this theory explain a bit on this generation. According to Craig's theory, they believe that people of one generation have a certain set of value, belief, behavior, and pattern. All right. So this is very important for us to understand those the generation before strawberry and those generation after that strawberry, because this is what we call a generation gap, because everybody has their own value, belief, behavior, and patterns. And all this is in a cycle, because if you look at all those cycle, when you really understand what do you mean is a cycle, then you will really appreciate about all those generations. In total, there are 4 cycles in the theory of generation that correspond to a certain historical epoch or the era. Okay, there are 4 types. They are heroes, artists, prophets, and nomads. So it is called by these 4 important names here. All right. So who are they? So if you look at this generation, okay, who are those? Nomads are those, according to fourth turning, also known as the archetypes of generation, which each consists of 20 to 25 years of period. That means from one generation to another generation is about 25 years. And each of those have 80 years lifespan. And if they have a longer lifespan, that means that now currently we have our generation is more than 80, then the generation will be longer. All right. If you look at nomad, born at the time when people tired of the social discipline and wants to recapture a sense of personal authenticity. That means they want to look at their what is their identity. So this is where, when they are in that era, so when they grow up, they become a pragmatic leaders. Then the next one, move to hero. Born at the time of individual pragmatic, so this is the next one, and it's the self-reliance. They grow up and overprotected, and at that stage, their age is energetic, team-oriented, and overly confident. Then we have the artists, born in the crisis where great danger, breed, and the ethic of person satisfied. So this is all those different phase or the process that they go through. Raised by the adult, preoccupied by the crisis. So you know that when it is influenced by those adults who have this era, then they will grow up in a different aspect. Then in the next cycle is a prophet, where born at the end of crisis, during all the time of rejuvenate and the community life and senses of a new social order. So you can see, I think, let me give some example. You see, like when you have the nomad, where everybody wants to be the leader. So we have all those generation during that time. We have that Sukarno, Harto, and so on. So this is the leaders. Then after that, we have all those, the next generation. We have all those inventors. Then we come all those generations. We have a lot of those people who have a lot of ideas, they have a lot of imagination, they have a lot of creativity. So they are from the artist generation. Then the next move, when they times for, you see, they have something that they say, oh, this is a need of rechange. So then this is the time when you can see a lot of those new faces of those people who are related to the religious. They are more spent on that religious, all right? So generation cohort theory mentioned that, all those theories by Strauss and how they said that in the 80s, they suggested that there are common attitudes, behavior, and value between people who are brought up around that same times. Because of that value, so that they develop their own identity. And this identity will not stop there, but it will move on as a pendulum. Because as it move on, it can be more better, it can be more worse. All right. So now you want to know who are those strawberry generation. So according to this 4 cycle, now if you look at these the cycle here, this what do you call that? This cycle is represented on those era. And if you look at here, okay, the community and technology, they are those under millennium and the generation Z, but nothing mentioned about strawberry. So this is where I'm a bit confused during my early homework. All right. So if you look at this, we just want to look at the characteristic of these people. How do those generation X influenced by all those factors? Because you see, during this era, the nomad and the civic, they are more focused on the matters, and they are the conformist type. So that is a combination of the characteristic of these people who are born in this generation. So about the cycles, remember those days. If you look at those days generation, the cycle, I think this is not your time. This is your parents and grandparents' time. So they are almost, the cycle is almost the same, but it comes in a different presentation, all right? So when I look through all those, then they say Gen Z is called as the strawberry generation. Then only say, oh, Gen Z is the strawberry generation. All right. So according to generation categories, where each of those, we have all the different categories. And Gen Z is all those people who are born in 1995 to 2009, which now currently their age is about 16 to 30. So this is Gen Z. Then the next one, we have Alpha and Beta, all right? So this is according to the global generation definition, all right? But why call generation strawberry when we have generation Z? So the thing is that strawberry generation come from Korea, where they feel that those the current generation are very fragile. The term strawberry is used to describe a condition that is beautiful. They are beautiful, cute, but has tendency to be very fragile. Okay, so they are very fragile because if you look at the strawberry, it is very nice, very red, sweet, and everybody is so passionate about that. But the thing is that if you accidentally press it a bit harder without any intention, it can cause some what you call that it can spoil the strawberry here. So this is all the strawberry definition here. All right, they are beautiful, they are nice, beautiful people. They are more enthusiastic. I really love all this generation Z. And why strawberry? Why not apple? Anybody get the idea why it is strawberry? Why not apple? Why not orange? So maybe my idea was that, you know, maybe because strawberry, the generation strawberry is from Korea, it's more from the Asian country. Maybe those Western country use the generation Z because Apple has been used for the phone. So that is my perception. You know, that is my opinion only. So you see, they call it generation strawberry because, as I mentioned earlier on, they are very easily bruised. That means that if it drops for just anything, but you see, just look at this picture. I just said hi, very simple, hi, but in a different tone. I speak it in a very loud voice. So this strawberry generation start to feel very, very upset. They think that they've been scolded. So this is how fragile is that strawberry. All right. So it is what you don't want them to be, because in the future generation, you want them to have a very good mental health, very good resilience, so that they can overcome all those problems. All right. Okay, that is more of that negative side. But let us look at the positive side of this generation strawberry characteristic. I found that they are very, very creative people. I love to work with all these generation strawberry. They are very creative. They are more enthusiastic, and they are very, very what you call that inspiring people. And they are always open to nature. They are always willing to participate. All right, not like those before, because the way that we are brought up, and they are always confident. You know why they are very confident? Because they were brought up in a way that they are given the opportunity to speak up, and they are very ambitious, and they always have the attitude of themselves and also with others. And they grow with a good motivation for the future. So this is a very, very good characteristic, which we should improve, we should encourage, we should motivate them to sustain this type of characteristic. And they also like challenges. So that is the reason why we can see that many of this generation, they are more high achiever here. But they are able to adapt with the development of technology. Compared to us, we take some time to adapt with the technology. Why? Not because we are unable to adapt, but the thing is that those people are born in this generation, the strawberry generation, they are already born with the technology. For us, we have to adapt. But for them is to continue to take it as what they are like. All right. So because of this, the positive side of this strawberry generation is that they are also known as I generation, net generation, digital natives, and mobile natives. So that is the reason why they are more advanced, they are more positive, they are what call that, more motivated to move forward, because they know how to go about that. No? And of course, if you look at our social media here, you can see that they are very, very good in the digital, in their social media, in terms of the influencer. So you can see that there are all those people who are in this generation. And according to studies where I explore, see how this generation strawberry reshape the lifestyle in the work culture. See, and they are not like the previous generation who they work hard, but these people, they work hard as well as they work smart. Why? You can see here. Number one, they redefine the traditional work model. They move from the old 8 to 5 or 9 to 5 or whatever routine work. They start working with that remote work, flexibility schedules, and entrepreneurial pathway, and all those things that makes them very innovative and creative. And the technology is all at their hands, and by using this technology, they have more what to call that, control over their work. Okay, but the thing is that if you compare the generation now, the current generation, the generation strawberry, compared to those people before that, the way of how they work is different. Okay, for generation strawberry, they seek for the meaning of work, no? And they choose which company they want to work. They choose who they want to work, not like those days. Not those days, oh, as long as they have the work, that will be good. But now, the generation strawberry, no longer that type of working culture. So that is the reason why we have a lot of this young generation. They are the entrepreneur. You can see a lot of them now opening all those different businesses. And not only that, then you look at here, the comparison between the salary, between the different generation. Who earned the highest? The highest is here, right? Those people are the one who earn more compared to all those my generation. I earn less than you all. Those people in strawberry. So do you think this is a positive side of generation strawberry? Yes, that means that they work and they really work smart in terms of for their benefit of their life. But the thing is that beside all those good things, they have some issues here, like when they are too smart, they prioritize their work balance, and sometimes they have some issue in terms of the work balance, acceptability, and resilience, whereby if they have not able to sustain their work balance life, they just, what to call that, I'm sure everybody has informed that, they just leave the company, they will resign. It's not because of that, they don't like, but they feel that they cannot cope anymore. So this is the issues that normally all those employees are having some issue in terms of staff retention here, all right? Okay, this is some of those examples how we can say that strawberries are really very trendy. They improve on all those things. Another positive side in terms of generation strawberry is that they changed the lifestyle of those consumer behavior. You see now, all those days, you need to go to the shop, but currently everything will be online. Because remember, as I mentioned earlier on, they are more of that technology expert. So everything will be online. So whatever they want, they will do. They have no time because they are very busy. They have no time to go to the shop. So this is how they change the lifestyle, the consumer. And another thing is that it is good in terms of that it improves on the business and the entrepreneurship era, all right? So number one, digital natives, and of course, the online shopping. And number two, which is now we can see that most of those young generation, especially the strawberry generation, they value the what you call that, what they want to purchase, and how they're going to purchase, and where to purchase. So it is all up to their choice because they are given, they have all the opportunities. Number three, they are shifting from the luxurious items. You can see that now all those young generation strawberry are more of that having all those luxury items compared to my time when we said that, oh, we cannot afford. Only those people can afford. But now to the young generation, everybody should be able to afford that. And they are more of those people who are in the category of, they prefer to have renting rather than owing. Not like those people who are in the old generation, they want to owe something, but not in this generation. So this is a new characteristic of that generation. In terms of the global global perspective, there are more of that involved a lot in the activism and social change. They are more aware of the importance of sustainability of the environmental. So that's why you can see a lot of those young generation who have been involved with all those demonstrations in terms of the sustainability of the environment. Okay, having said that, the positive side, now we just look at some of those pro and con. So while the characteristic of strawberry generation may be seen as a negative, they also have the pro and cons. So here are some of the examples. They are very good in terms of their emotional intelligence. They are very sensitive people, they are very caring people, and they are very creative, and they are always self-aware. So self-aware means that they are able to voice out their opinion openly. But the cons here, or the negative side, is that there are lack of resilience here. This is where we have to establish a way of how, with a good characteristic, good attitudes, good practice, we want them to have a good resilience so that they can maintain and they can sustain their positive characteristic. And they are more of resist aversion, or they don't like to have a very high risk, depend on the, again, this is what we call, it is related with the self-awareness there. And the third limitation that this strawberry generation have is that sense of entitlement, meaning that they feel that they are the one who have that certain privileges or certain rewarded that should be given to them. And this can be seen when you can see in the young, the current generation, where you don't want to give them anything. So they start to have this rebellious characteristic there. So they feel that they should be awarded without any of those effort there. All right. All right. So we have mentioned about the pro and cons. Now we go to the negative side of this characteristic of Gen Strawberry. All right. Strawberry generation lack of strong ambitions and confusion about their future. Not all, certain. And lack of focus in their and attention in their, and their attention is easily diverted, meaning that they are always easily lost their focus here. So that is the reason why they are very fragile. All right, because there is no strong what call that, the confidence of that. Lack of motivation in the achievement of their life goals. Okay, often stuck in the comfort zone due to the upbringing of their parents, who are too indulgent because they are too spoiled by the parents. Have less responsibilities. Okay, this is responsibilities that cause their attitude become very fragile. And this is due again to the comfort zone that they had exposed. And they tend to whine and run away from the problems because they are not well prepared. Their resilience is not that. They are not well prepared in terms of to face any problem and to overcome all those problems. And because of those negative characteristics, so this is why we have a lot of this strawberry generation with all those mental health. They are having all those issues with how to cope with the challenges of the world. Because when we were brought up, a different way of brought up, again, I said the generation before. So the generation before, the way that they brought up is that they have to prepare their children for the to face the world with a lot of challenges here. But the current parents here is that they are overprotective in order to prevent the children to be exposed to all those challenges, all right? Okay, now let us look at the mental health of Gen Z or the strawberry here. So the National Survey on Drug Use and Health found that percentage of US youth aged 18 to 25 experiencing major depressive, and it has increased from 8.8% to 14.8%, so almost double. All right, and if you look at the diagnostic here, anxiety, depression are the highest issues faced by this generation strawberry. All right, so I'm not going to go through that because I think I'll highlight all those the most important things. And the worst thing is that they said that 50% of that mental health illness is developed by the age of 14, and by 24 years old and above, it will become 75%. All right, so it is very sad. It is very alarming. So we have to do something in order to prevent all these things, right? Okay, now look at this in Asian country. Just now we go to the global side. Now look at the Asian country. If you look at the percentage of mental health risk across generation by country, in Malaysia, Indonesia, and Philippines. Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. If you look at all these things, Singapore has the highest mental health issue according to the generation. Okay, and Malaysia and Indonesia, we are almost the same. Kita serumpun, we always the same. All right. So 62. Even though we are the same, but our rate is still high. 62 means that we have it's a very what call that alarming. Then we have to take into that. All right. All right. This is the same mental health, and what I'm the same statistic that I'm going to show. So if you look at that, the percentage of the high risk is more on from the Singapore and so on. All right. Okay, now we look at the mental health issues in terms of the generation and in terms of male and female. All right. Okay, in terms of mental health of Gen Z, you know that it is very high. Okay, and if you look at between the generation and the gender, female have the highest risk of mental health. Why female have the highest mental health compared to the male? And we have to look into that, because we know that the characteristic of our female and male is different, and their way of coping is different. All right. And we have to explore what are the different mental issues here. If you look at here, many of those Gen Z feel that they are nervous and anxious compared to those Gen X and that the bloomer. Similarly, they are also feel down, depressed, and all these are all among those Gen Z or the strawberry. So they have all these issues compared to other generation. What are the impact of that this one of those mental health? We can read now. The impact of this repression is that so many of those young people, they are having that suicidal thought. You can see that the number of suicidal among those young people are increasing now because they cannot cope, they cannot ventilate, they cannot even share with anybody. So that is the reason why they have all these alarming action done by them. So not only that, there are many studies on that, why they have a lot of these, what call that, suicidal thought. And the impact not only on that, when they commit suicide, but the impact on the family itself, especially the mothers, also very alarming. So we don't want to have all those impact will be good, we will translate it to the parents as well. All right. Again, the anxiousness, the depression, the anxiety also lead to violence among Gen Z and the strawberries generation. So you look at all those, mental health is very, very important. So we have to look at what are the factors that lead to all this mental health. So looking at the workplace and even in the school itself, the common challenges in terms of managing their overall health, emotional regulation skill, overall self-esteem issues. So they have they do not have a good foundation in terms of their self-well, self-esteem, self-motivation. So they have not of having all those good foundation from the beginning. So that is the reason why their emotional and their personality will have very, very fragile. And they also have struggle in terms of their interpersonal issues, like struggling with the relationship, especially like the romantic and marriage, as well as the family-related difficulties. If you look at this in terms of these family difficulties, there are a majority of these strawberry generation, they are a very small nuclear family. They are very small family structure compared to those. So maybe that is one of the factors where they do not have places to explore themselves, to express themselves to their family members. Common workplace challenges in terms of achieving the life balance and how to avoid burnout, overcome career stagnant. That means that they have not progressed. Remember, they have a very high expectation. They expect them to have promotion every year. So unfortunately, it's not happening. So it becomes very stressful for them. Addressing the performance and productivity. Some remember they are very creative, but sometimes their creativity does not meet to that certain standard. So they are able to produce to the expectation. And if they do not able to get the expectation, will be feel frustrated. So now let us look at what are the cause of this. Number one, this is one of those most important areas to me, why this mental health issue is coming up among those young generation. The social media itself, remember they are very good in social media, and how this social media can affect on the mental health. Extensive studies, it's not about others, this is all studies have been done, claim that constant digital connectivity induce comparison to other on social media. I'm sure that everybody is feeling that, because when you look at, oh, your friend is having this, you are not having that. So this is where mental anxiety will come in. That this when you start comparing, you feel inadequate, you have low esteem. So this is where people try to do anything, whether they want to do something that they can achieve what the friends have. Social media also contribute to the sense of FOMO, fear of missing out. See, if you look at some of those social media, you have all the friends, and suddenly you are not included in the friend. So this is again cause the low esteem, less confident, all those things, all right? And with all those, the demand of fast-paced hybrid workplace or blur of the life, because you see what I'm trying to say here is that when the social media, you work this one, but you have lost in terms of what is the line between work and your personal time, your work life, all those things. Give me one example. You see, most people will be working at the same time. They are also attached with all those social medias. They want to look what is happening to that the post that he sent for. Is there any response? Is there any grade? Is there any that? So this is a time where when you are working, when you are studying, but at the same time you already your focus is not there. So that is where you can cause your productivity will be reduced. Okay. And number 2 is academic pressure and mental health. So that is.
Pardon me, Professor. I'm so sorry. We have like 5 more minutes left in
All
your
right,
session.
thank you. All right. So academic pressure is also very, very important, because now the parents' expectation is that the child should be excellent. So it gives a pressure to the mental health to the young. All right. Substance abuse. Okay, substance abuse and mental health, know that now currently substance abuse is rampantly happening, because now it is everything will be accessible through online. All right. Early career struggle and society expectation. You see that many young people now is already in the work line. So they are not well prepared. So this is where it is very difficult for them to adapt with all those generations, and it can cause their mental stress to them. And financial instability, know that the young one, as I mentioned earlier on, they are more of financial and the luxuries, what call that, person. So the financial instability can cause them a very high risk. All right. So now, what should we do? Okay, this one I adapt from the Indonesian, this one. Aspect micro, and there is a micro and micro approach here. So from the micro aspect, as a whole, the organization, the policy have to look into how can we improve or how can we develop all those young people through the education, through the policies, so that they can be more stronger. And of course, in terms of the characteristic, the more of those, like you have to be developed in terms of the intra-curriculum and extra-curriculum. It must be taught in the school, like those before, okay? And from the macro, in terms of the family, the social support is also very important. And also you need to have a lot of motivation program by the by the society, so that they can move on that. All right. And this is more towards the person itself, to the person. You have to know how to develop your resilience here. You have to know what is what you want in life. Kenali makna diri di sebalik hidup. What you want. Hidup untuk apa? Ingin menjadi apa? Nilai apa yang bermakna untuk diri sendiri? Kenali kelebihan dan kekurangan. This is very, very important. You have to know what is your strength and limitation. Because when you have your limitation, you have to improve on that. If you have strength, you can be more exposed on that. And you have to be consistent in terms of how to improve yourself, all right? So you have to look into, if you have feel that you are limited, you have to improve in terms of having some activities that can improve yourself, all right? Okay. And most importantly, how to be more resilient, you have to learn how to solve the problem. Hadapi masalah bukan lari. Why you have to hadapi masalah? Because this problem solving is the learning process for us, so that when go to the next, when come to the next when you have all those problems, you're going to have some experience of how to solve the problem. And you have to have your support system. You must have a good peer support system from the family as well as the friends. And be flexible. You don't have to be very stringent with your objective or your want or whatever you have to do. So you have to make sure that you have to be flexible in your whatever you are doing. So I'm almost finishing. What you have to do is that, number one, you have to make a holistic approach. All those generation strawberry, they have to look into the holistic approach, as I mentioned, how to be resilient there, how to control your social media, and how to increase the awareness and advocacy of your mental health. If you have all those mental health issues, which we're going to have a discussion later, so you have to make sure that you know where to get the support and how to get the treatment, and how to get the information and resources which is correct, not only from the social media, even though with the social media, we must get the information and resources from the correct information. How to be resilient? So I'm not going to do what I'm trying to say here. There are many articles and YouTube on that, all right? So there are many. It is not difficult for us to be resilient, but they have many approach. It can be from the social media itself, all right?
Pardon me, Professor. I'm so sorry. The time is up, and now we have to move on to the next
all right
session.
Okay, just one more, this one, all right. Okay, so this is take home the characteristic of the parents. This is very interesting. They are overprotective. The emphasis on academic, tend to be very spoiled to their children, lack of ability to educate, struggle to set the enforce, and use technology as a way of specifying. All right. So thank you for listening, and I'm sorry because we have to rush. And this is generation C and strawberry. Don't forget to self and upload. Thank you so much. All right. All right.
Okay, thank you so much for Professor Farida today. Now let's move on to the next agenda, the question and answer session. We'll open only for 3 questions and we have 15 minutes. Before that, Professor, do you want to answer the question for like one by one, or do you want to do like collectively?
The one by one.
All right. If any of you would like to ask a question, please feel free to raise your hand using the raise hand features. Before asking your question, kindly introduce yourself with your name and institution. If you have trouble with the connection, the question can also delivered below in chat and I will read it for you. All right, to Phoebe, Mona Lisa, I invite you.
Morning, Madam. I'm from the Nursing Study Program, Poltekkes Bandung, Bogor. If I may ask, I would like to share a question for your insight. Okay. In recent years, there's been growing attention on building resilience among Gen Z. But considering the constant shifts in today's world, like economically, socially, and environmentally, do you think it's necessary to revise it or even redefine what resilience truly means for this generation? I truly appreciate your thoughts on this. Thank you.
First, I think, can you repeat your question? Or can you, all right? Can you, because I'm not, the sound system is not that good. Can you repeat your question, please? Or can you just type?
Mute, Mona, mute.
Recent, there's been growing attention on building resilience among Gen Z. But considering the constant shift in today's world, economic, social, and environmental, you think it is necessary to revisit or even redefine the resilience truly means for this generation? Of course, all right? So the thing is that when you talk about this redefinition of the resilience to these people, so remember, as I mentioned earlier on, every generation have their own different way of different challenges, right? So their challenges is according to their era. So if the challenges here in Generation Z and Generation Strawberry, we are more of those social media's challenges here, right? As I mentioned earlier on, one of the factors, the major factors in terms of challenges that has been studied and has been confirmed that is the social media. How does that social media's influence on the mental health of those people? Right? As I mentioned earlier on, because of the social media, you start doing the comparison, which can cause the low self-esteem among you. One, that is among yourself. Number two, in terms of, you can see that social media, we have a lot of those exposed, all those violence, which has not been censored. For the young one, for the young generation who has not been built up in terms of their resilience, in terms of their what is right and what is not wrong. So they feel that this mass shooting, killing, you can see now, it is common. So when you see that it is happening, then I think this is norm, so that it is okay. The society is accepted on that. So this is where how you're going to put on that resilience in terms of that generation, you have to according to the generation that we have now. All right. So this is very important. It's not about we have to follow, but in terms of the psychosocial, okay, in terms of the psychosocial, the principle of how we're going to develop our generation is still the same. What is right and what is wrong. That must be really, really be emphasized. For example, maybe you might start thinking that I'm the old generation. That is the reason why I said that. And, and then I will say, for example, we have to, but the one thing about in Indonesian culture I really respect is that, you teach how to respect the old one. And we really have to make sure the respectation is there, but we have to learn how to be a very, consistent with your own family. So what happened is that when we become the family. Remember, I showed you the characteristic of Gen Z, where it can lead to the characteristic of those the next generation. So we have to look into how can we bring up our children so that they are more they are more of what they know what is right and what is wrong. That is what is important. In terms of economic and social, this one changing. Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Did I answer the question?
Sure, miss.
Yes.
Okay, we have another participant. Maybe you want to ask?
Well,
Okay, we invite you, Muhammad Fatir Azikri.
Before I'm starting, can anyone hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear your voice.
Can ask him to type so much. Or he cannot type because he's on the.
Okay, unfortunately, maybe Fatir have like problem with his connection.
Okay.
Yeah, but we have one question in the chat column, Professor. I will read it for
Yes,
her.
please. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, it's from Afifa Aulia. So she asks, Professor, thank you for the material you have shared. I apologize for asking in a chat column because at this time, turning on the camera and microphone is not possible. So her question is, Professor, it's fascinating to me that the strawberry generation is frequently portrayed as weak. And is it possible for the whole generation to genuinely internalize a label? How can we discuss their difficulty without restricting them?
How can we?
How can we discuss their difficulties without restricting them?
How can we discuss?
Yeah, discuss.
Without restricting them?
Yes.
Meaning that I think okay, because it's I'm turning our camera. Okay, portrait internalize, but for generation to genuinely internalize a label. How can discuss without restricting them? Okay. What do you mean by internalization here? So the internalization in terms of how you're going to build your resilience here. See, your resilience. You have to internalize the resilience of this young generation. You cannot exclude them. You cannot isolate them. You cannot isolate them because most of them, they need the support. All right. If you isolate them, they're going to be dropped up from this very challenging world. Okay, remember, once you drop up from the very challenging world, it is very difficult for them to get to come up again. So you cannot restrict them. So to internalize them, so we have to have, as I mentioned earlier on, we need to have a very good support system and a very good program so that we can provide them with all those resilience in terms of how to build their confidence, how to build their motivation, how to overcome and to cope with all those difficulties in a different way. You know, when you cope with all those difficulties, it can be positive, it can be negative. So if negative, how can we look it from the negative aspect in a positive way? So the thing is that it is very, very important so that we need to develop all this resilience in the program. But remember, each of those people have a different phase. You know? Some are very fast and some are very slow. And in that case, you need to have a very frequent, scheduled, and very well structured program so that can really improve on that. And I really appreciate because for us in Malaysia, we have all those programs. We have we have the basic one, and we have the advanced, and we have the what we call that excellent research. So you need to have all those based, the program based on which level are those person trained. All right. Hope that can answer the question. All right.
Yeah, Miss.
Yeah.
It's me from before.
Yes.
Okay,
Let me.
I guess Fatir's come back, so we invite you
Welcome
now.
back,
Yeah.
Fatir.
I'm sorry for the before miss because I'm gone missing because of the bad internet connection. Okay. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fatil Adzikri. I'm from the Polytechnic Minister of Health. And the question is, previously you've talked about the pressures this generation faces, which are real. But do you think what we often call fragility today might just be a different kind of emotional intelligence or awareness that previous generation didn't really acknowledge or realize? Thank you, Miss.
Okay. All right. So you feel that the current challenges that we have, the generation who have current generation here, their lifestyle, all those things, because of the previous generation, they are not aware of that. Am I right?
Yes, Miss, that's right.
All right. You must remember. I mentioned earlier on in my beginning chapters. So I mentioned about each generation have their own values, their own what you call that, the era, call it an era, right? So if you say that the previous one is not well versed in terms of the AI, all those things, right? So of course they are not, because they are not born with that. Am I right? Compared to all those young generation, they are born with that that technology to improve. Actually, I wanted to share with you. Just look at in terms of society 2.0, 4.0. You know about that?
Yes,
Society
Miss.
2.0. Now we are society 4.0, right? So that generation has some what you call that connection. That what you call that concept and the generation concept is almost the same. Okay, if you look at generation 4.0, 4.0 or 2.0 or 1.0, okay, we just look at 1.0. These are those people who are those nomad, those days when you do not have any technology. Their hunting is all by what? Their own self-made equipment. So now look at my generation. I was not born in that IT, but I was dragged into that IT generation now. All right. So definitely there is some connection between the previous generation who are not well versed with the AI and all those things, have some influence on that. Okay, number one, you look at now, how does that the parents satisfy their children? Let's say they want to keep their children from making, not disturbing them. They were given the gadget, right? But
That's right,
during my
Miss.
time, what do I do? I give them all the toys for them to fix. Those days, your parents, they give all those, Lego, all those things. So the thing is that the different generation, they have a different values. based on the new environment, based on the innovation that happened in the environment. But the thing is that the value here. So we as in Islam itself, we know that whenever you start something, you have to know the limitation. You always have to keep in terms of the moderation here. All right. So if you want to develop in terms of your children, so you have to know what is good and what is bad. In terms of giving them the gadget, you must know that what is the limitation for them. Know that that is the compulsory for them to know the gadget, but they must have some limitation there, right? But the value of what is right means that you should not go against your parents. You should not shout at your parents. You should not, when your parents say this, you have to listen, because not that orang ni mereka lebih lama makan garam ya. Sebab itu mereka lebih tahu bukan. The thing is that based on their experience, so they give the guideline. Actually, when we said, I think everybody know that when they said, don't do this, that is the guideline for the younger generations to follow so that they will be in the correct pathway. All right? Patin? Did I answer your question, Patin?
Yes, Miss. You answered my
And please, I think a
question.
majority, all those generation strawberry keep on blaming all the my generation. The way you're asking me question as if that, oh, they are blaming me for not good in my AI. So the thing is that we have to be thankful some of those generation who are born before you, who are able to appreciate the younger generation technology here. So we have to guide them. Right?
Right, Miss. Thank you very much, Miss.
Okay, welcome. So I hope I answered the question.
All right, that wraps up our first Q&A session. Thank you to everyone who participated. And once again, thank you so much to Professor Dr. Farida Mosaid for the valuable knowledge shared with us today. We hope it's useful for all of us. We will now proceed with the certificate presentation to Professor Dr. Farida Mosaid, amazing speakers, which will be handed over directly by Dr. Imam Mahruz, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Health.
Okay, can I say something? So, Assalamualaikum, Dr. Iman.
I'm sorry.
Assalamualaikum, Dr. Iman.
Prof. Farida, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. With all due respect, we would like to thank you for your willingness to be a speaker in our webinar today. This certificate is a form of appreciation for the time and knowledge that you have shared. Hopefully, it will be useful. It will be useful. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Dr. Iman. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for giving the opportunities. And you know, I'm unable to complete my slide because when you talk about generation Z and generation strawberry, it is something new that we need to explore, and I'm so excited, and I'm so thankful that this topic was given to me so that we can understand more of those generation. Thank you so much for that, and inshallah I will be in Bogor on the 27th of June for a conference in Bunke. All right, thank you so much.
Prof.
Okay.
All right, thank you so much once again to Professor Dr. Farida Mosaid. Thank you so much, Professor.
Okay, thank you so much. Can I leave?
Now we move on to the second presentation, which will be delivered by Dr. Lee David Johnson, PhD, and Professor Supapuan Panya. But first, let's welcome them.
First of all, thank you so much for inviting myself and my colleague, and we hope that we can share with you a particular coping strategy. So thank you very much indeed. A quick introduction. I'm from the United Kingdom and I'm working at Konkan University with the Associated Medical Sciences faculty. And I've been here now in Thailand for the last 3 years working at KKU. And we're going to do something slightly different where I will be presenting the first half of the presentation and then my colleague Supapuan will take over and then deliver the final half of that presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Actually, it's interesting and amazing for having you here. Okay, I would like to ask you before, hello, Dr. Lee and Professor Panya, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing today? Are you feeling nervous or are you feeling excited?
But I'm personally feeling very excited because I have 5 children and 3 of my children are the strawberry generation. So I have first-hand experience of their behaviour.
All right, wonderful. I hope you're doing great and ready to share your knowledge with us.
Thank you.
Okay, so this time, Dr. Lee will be presented session titled Building Mental Health for the Strawberry Generation.
So thank you very much. So the efforts are to support mental health of Generation Z. As I said, we will be following on from the previous presentation by Professor Faradar, and I was very impressed by the data in which she was able to support her particular presentation. However, we're looking at something slightly different with our presentation insofar as using a particular coping strategy which we feel will benefit people with their mental health issues within the Generation Z. Okay, so without further ado then, this presentation focuses on the mental health of Generation Z, the strawberry generation, examining the unique challenges they face and various strategies and policies in place to support their well-being. We will explore individual strategies and how they can be utilised and form part of the community initiatives and implemented in a cross-sectional cooperation. So the agenda then, this presentation focuses on the mental health of Generation Z, examining the unique challenges they face and the various strategies and policies in place to support their well-being. We will explore individual strategies and how they can be utilised and form part of community initiatives. I think I'm just repeating my previous slide. I do apologise. Right, okay. Yeah, so for some reason I've got my notes are not in correspondence with my slide, my presentation. So I'm going to ask my technical. I'm missing my actual notes with the slide. Sorry about this. Okay, so go back. Can you go back one to slide number 2, please? Okay, thank you. So we will begin by We will begin by understanding the unique mental health challenges faced by Gen Z, including the characteristics of this demographic and common mental health issues. Next, we'll discuss individual efforts to enhance the well-being, which will include NLP, which actually stands for Neuro-Linguistic Programming. And we'll explore how NLP can be a major part of your mental health strategy moving forward. So, did you know that, understanding the unique mental health challenges of Gen Z is shaped by their environment and their experiences. Understanding these issues is crucial in providing effective support and interventions. Did you know that 1 in 5 Gen Zers report feeling anxious or overwhelmed due to social media pressures? So this is huge, 1 in 5. Multiple studies and surveys confirm that Gen Z experiences significant stress and anxiety. Some reports indicate that over 60% of Gen Z report experiencing significant stress and anxiety. Gen Z often is described as the most anxious generation compared to millennials, Gen X, my generation, and baby boomers. They are more likely to report mental health problems. So again, it's quite interesting that this generation is also quite open and coming forward in terms of their issues. And I can vouch for that through my own witnessing of my children growing up. My 3 middle children are Gen Zs, and they are very open and tell me most of their problems. They don't hide so much. While my older son is very introvert, and my youngest daughter is also very open with me. So, Gen Z, often referred to as a strawberry generation, is characterised by their resilience and adaptability. However, they also face pressures that can lead to mental health struggles, including societal expectations and rapid technological changes. Academic pressures are significant for Gen Z, with expectations to excel in school and prepare for competitive job markets. This stress can contribute to mental health issues and such as anxiety and depression. So social media and technology play a significant role in the mental health of Gen Z. And again, an observation, and it was actually highlighted by the previous speaker, Professor Sard, who said that her generation, our generation, the Gen X, we were able to go out, play, and basically use our imagination, and everything was very much done by us as individuals, our thought processes. However, today we see someone holding a mobile phone, a smart device. They're always using this. And even if you observe people generally in a shopping mall, you will see them not paying attention to the group they're with. However, eyes down with the smartphone or device they are using. So this causes the mental health issues. Individual agency plays a key role in enhancing mental well-being. Understanding and implementing personal strategies can empower Gen Z to take control of their mental health. Personal strategies for self-care include maintaining a balanced lifestyle, setting boundaries and seeking help when needed. Encouraging self-reflection can also promote mental well-being. Mindfulness and meditation are effective techniques for reducing stress and anxiety. These practices should be encouraged. They help Generation Z develop resilience and improve their emotional regulation. So, introduction to NLP, Neuro-Linguistic Programming for Mental Health. NLP is a psychological approach that focuses on connection between the neurological processes in the brain, language, and our behavioural patterns. It can be a powerful tool for enhancing mental health and well-being. And if you look at the slide, we can see that the actual developers of this, Richard Bandler, who is in fact a therapist and works with psychological tools for helping his clients, patients, while John Grinder actually has a PhD in linguistics. So he saw the connection between the psychology and language. So here we have an example of NLP being used, and we're going to use me as the example. So, using something called a particular technique called anchoring technique. So, Lee had always been nervous about public speaking. His palms would sweat, his mind would race, and his voice would tremble. But this time he decided to try something different. The NLP anchoring technique. The day before his big presentation, he sat quietly in his room and he recalled a vivid memory of feeling confident and powerful. It was the time he aced his first gymnastic display in front of a crowd. He remembered the applause, the surge of pride, and the sense of control. As he immersed himself in that memory, he pressed his thumb and forefinger together, creating a physical anchor for that comforting feeling. The next day, as he stood on stage, his nerves began to creep in. But instead of panicking, Lee subtly pressed his thumb and forefinger together. Instantly, the feeling of confidence from his memory surged through him. He smiled, took a deep breath, and delivered his presentation with clarity and poise. When the audience erupted into applause, Lee knew the anchoring technique had worked. From that day forward, he carried his anchor with him, ready to summon confidence whenever he needed it. That is based on me. And I still use this technique. Most times I feel a bit nervous or anxious. So on a personal note, it works. So NLP enables an understanding of our behavioural patterns. It provides tools for personal development and emotional management. Neuro-linguistic programming techniques can help Generation Z reframe their negative thoughts and behaviours. These tools encourage positive thinking and enhance communication skills. NLP offers valuable techniques for managing mental health. These techniques can empower individuals to cope with stress and anxiety effectively. Through techniques like positive affirmations and anchoring, as I just mentioned, NLP can enhance self-esteem and build resilience, equipping Gen Zs with the tools to navigate their challenges more effectively. NLP techniques such as reframing negative thoughts and visualization can also help individuals manage stress and anxiety effectively. These techniques empower individuals to change their perspective and responses to challenges. Techniques such as reframing negative thoughts, anchoring positive emotions, and visualization can help individuals manage stress and anxiety. These practical NLP tools can lead to improved mental resilience. Several cases demonstrate the effectiveness of NLP, techniques in improving mental health outcomes. Success stories from individuals who have implemented these techniques highlight their transformative potential. So before I hand over to my colleague, Superborn, I just want to emphasize that NLP doesn't always have the 100% evidence that supports it, because it's often done on anecdotal evidence where individuals report that these techniques work. And I am an example of that. I use NLP techniques in my life and they work wonderfully well. So thank you very much, and I'm now going to hand you over to my colleague, Superborn.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to be here, and thank you for having me today. As Dr. Lee, thank you very much for his introduction about the first title of the topic. And next, I will going to talk about how to build self-awareness and confidence and resilience. Welcome everyone. Today we are going to explore how to use NLP or Neuro-Linguistic Programming can help you build emotion strength, boost your confidence, and better understanding yourself in the fast-changing world. My main goal today are to help you recognize how your thoughts influence your emotion, to give your practical tool from NLP to manage stress, and empower you to see yourself from a most compassionate and confident perspective. I might forget about the slide, but just forgot about that. So, most of you guys are growing up in the digital world, always connect but often overwhelmed. Let's take a moment to recognize both your strength and the pressure on your face every day. Dr. Lee also mentioned and tell you about NLPR, so I will skip that. We are going through 4 main sections today, starting with the self-awareness and ending with the tool that you can use every day to feel more in control and confidence. First, you understand. Sorry, I think I just talked too fast. Maybe just forgot about that. First, you need to understand yourself. Second, thought shape emotion. Third, balancing emotion in the digital world. And fourth, goal setting and showing strength. How to understand yourself? The icebreaker. Me online and me in real life. Now you can see everyone when they see their profile in online, their life is different. But when the real life is just different. So, because the digital world is quite explored for every people now, especially Generation C. So you need to know what is real you and what is you in online. Activity mind map. So you need to know who am I. NLP2 meta models. Do you see? That's just let's explore how you see yourself and how you present yourself to the world. The section help you reflect deeply on your identity and how to question negative self-belief. Okay, for the next slide. Emotion balance. Oh, sorry, I just skipped that. The thought shape feeling. How to do that? Concept. you need to thought, emotion, behavior will go together. The NLP2 reframing. You have to reframe the real life situation. Negative thought can lead to the negative feeling and behavior. Reframing helps you see things differently. And sometimes that all it takes the feeling better. So it means when you have something to do, when you face some issue, you need to think in the positive thing first before negative thinking. When you change your feeling or you change your thought, will you see the better way that can make your thought shape feeling better. And next, we will talk about emotion balance in the digital age. The social media is quite a part of our life. Someone, when they wake up, they just use the social media until the day before they fall asleep. So we can't deny that the social media connect or comparison with our people right nowadays is quite influencing and is getting high and high need for everyone. That's why I forgot the NLP2 will switch the pattern. Let's talk about honestly about the social media. We often compare ourselves without realizing it. The sweet pattern can help you shift from the self-doubt or self-support to self-support. The unsure inner strength. The NLP2 sorry, I just lost my presentation, so I just forgot about that again. The NLP2 unschooling activity builds your emotion and goals, reflecting write the letter to yourself. Anyone have you tried to write a letter to yourself, your future self? It's like create a shortcut or confident or calm. You also write a personal letter to you in the future. Feel the goal, hope, and encouragement. And then one day, when you open the letter, you will see what you think and what you aim for the future before. The technique recap, meta model deep self questioning, reframing, seeing from a new angle, not angle. Sweet pattern replace the negative, anchoring, accessing inner power instantly. These are your 4 NLP tools. Use them oftenly. They are simple, powerful, and completely within your control. I hope that the tool from NLP will help you to build your confidence, your personality to cope all the issue or the problem in your life. Let's hear your thoughts. What resonates with you and how might you use the tool in the real life situation with friends, at school, or when you are feeling overwhelmed? I think this is that all that I want to tell you. That is from my experience that I also mainly point to the NLP2. If you have any question, Dr. Lim need to put something more.
So, thank you. Thank you very much, Superbon. So, as Superbon was saying, she's drawing on her own personal experiences as well and how neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, can actually help us all. So, I actually did a course in NLP. I became a practitioner of these NLP different techniques. I did a course in London in 2008. And as I said, it's been a very effective tool. And in fact, in my lessons, when I have students who are struggling with their coping mechanisms for their studies. I actually implement NLP techniques to my students. So again, I can verify through my own experiences that these do really help. And I often have students thanking me as well for helping them to cope throughout their studies. Because at the moment, of course, that's exactly who they are. They're the Gen Zs. And I think that moving forward, if you have an option in your own country of Indonesia to be able to take up practicing and learning NLP, I would really, really recommend it to yourselves. I'm just going to go forward a little bit. Okay, so I just think that participants are able to share their insights gained from the NLP techniques. This reflection allows for personal growth and encourages sharing of valuable experiences and discoveries. So as I say, it's about us learning our behavioural patterns and recognising those behavioural patterns and then being able to do something.
Apa namanya? Maaf Mbak.
Okay, excuse me.
My biscuit. Oh, belum tuh.
Hello? Can you hear? Right. So, in conclusion then, we have explored key NLP techniques and shared personal insights. Thank you for your active participation. Applying what you've learned will help Gen Zs to deal with their mental health issues. And the PowerPoint will be available to you, which we'll talk to the moderators about as well. So, any questions? We'll open the floor to questions. Thank you very much.
Did you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you both. Okay. What an honor it is to have such an inspiring individuals with us today. Thank you so much, Dr. Lee and Professor Panya, for being here. We're truly excited to learn from your experience. Actually, this is kind of helping me as an anxious people also.
Okay.
Maybe I will try NLP. And now we'll have another question and answer session where we'll again take only for 3 questions. To all attendees, if you have questions, please raise your hand using the feature provided, and don't forget to introduce yourself by your name and your institution before asking.
Yeah, I want to that's it. So any questions?
Is anyone still there?
Excuse me.
Maybe once again, to all attendees, if you have questions, please feel free to raise your hand using the feature provided, and don't forget to introduce yourself.
Or they can type the question.
Oh, yeah. Maybe they can type the question in the chat below, and I will read it for you. Okay, we have one question from Miss Yanti from Poltekkes Bandung. How can someone realize that they have a fragile mentality, and how can they overcome it?
Okay, so a good question. So first of all, recognition of many of our behavioural patterns are often not recognised. And certainly it's one of the areas that we generally look at in a peer group, because when people like the Gen Zs are in their peer group, they also see their peer group doing the same and acting the same behaviour, right? So therefore it's quite difficult to actually understand that maybe you're doing anything untoward. You think it's normal. However, this doesn't mean or detract from your own emotional feelings. So individually, we may think our behaviours are being the same because of peer pressure or just a general sense of I'm the same as everybody else. However, we actually recognise that things aren't quite right by our own emotional status. So as much as we have that, so my answer to you is always question your emotional status. Why are you feeling down? Why are you feeling depressed? And that will actually lead you to realising something is wrong. So look at your emotional status, question it. Okay? So, does that help you?
Okay, Professor, is it helping so much for your answer? And maybe we take another question?
I think we already have another question. The question is, social media can be easier to communicate, but it can also make feel insecure and alone. How can Gen Z stay mentally healthy in the mind of the toxic social media? At my experience, because I work with a lot of young students and also the young generation, when they have the problem, when they communicate via the social media, they just come to ask me how I can do it. I just told them, you need to know yourself. Sometimes you don't need to think in a negative. If someone say bad thing in you in the online, you just think, oh, maybe it's just good, like a good suggestion. You just think in the positive. Maybe we have to think carefully about why they see me at that person. I'm not. So if you know yourself, it's like I tell you all before, you have to know yourself. You need to be positive thinking, and you have to if you be with yourself too much, sometimes you will have overthinking. So you need to go out, make a balance to use the internet, and then have a friend or someone you close to. The family and friend will help you to make you feel not only your world is not only online, but your world in the real world is have something more. So just see the comment or the negative thinking on the online to make you be the better person. It's okay that you're not to be okay, but have you understand you are not alone. You have family and friends, or the life coach that you like, or the idol that you like. You can be better. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you to Muhammad Denis Setiawan for the question. And now the last question from Tutur Kardiatun. What is the appropriate method for carrying out the role of parents who have strawberry generation children to form strong characteristic and positive way of thinking?
Okay, so thank you for the question. Being a parent of 3 daughters, actually, are all Gen Zs. So let me just read the question again. What is the appropriate method for carrying out the role of parents who have strawberry generation children to form strong characteristics and positive ways of thinking? Okay, so first of all, how I try to reinforce to my children is that they have the ability to do anything. Right? So I really, as a parent, I try to reinforce to them that nothing is impossible. If we want to be an airline pilot, then try to be positive and achieve your goal. And take responsibility for finding out, what does it require to be an airline pilot? What are the criteria for this profession? And then do a self-reflection. Are you really able to become an airline pilot? Because we as individuals are all very different. Not everybody can be an airline pilot. So therefore, my answer to this is, I allow my children to take ownership of their beliefs, and nothing is impossible. We all have desires, we all have dreams. Go for it. So that's my answer to this question. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for Dr. Lee and Professor Panya. Maybe we got like one more question.
Okay.
From Tarjuman. Okay, Professor, is NLP effective for university students? It has been tried with our student living in dorm. Thank you.
Okay, so as I say, I am an NLP practitioner, and many of my students, when I was working at Middlesex University in North London, I used NLP techniques for very British, although a very multicultural, diverse student population. Everything is very much English-led, and the cultural awareness is English. And NLP worked wonderfully well for my students. I'm now here in Thailand, a very different culture and very different cultural norms to me, and I've had to adapt. So again, NLP technique for my Thai students have also been applied wonderfully well. I also have Vietnamese and Lao students. So the demographics are very similar to Thailand. However, again, some difference in cultural norms. The NLP techniques have been given to them, they practice them, and they use them, particularly when we come to presentations, because many students are asked to present from undergrad studies to our postgraduate studies, and they are very effective techniques for them to cope with the pressures of their academic pathways. So again, yes, NLP is fantastic. And if you have the opportunity in Indonesia to learn NLP, I certainly would recommend these as individual coping methods for yourselves. Does that answer?
And I saw another one question is quite important. I want you to answer.
Okay, well.
Because they ask how they can know they have mentally ill about this.
So how do they know what?
Yes,
Yeah, so can you show me the question? If we
it's
scroll
like
down.
someone they didn't know themselves. They just
Okay.
asking how do they know?
Can we get the question for me to have a look, please?
Before.
Okay, yeah, so
Just up to this question.
okay, sorry about this. We're just getting the cursor.
Because I think it might help them a lot to know if they have the mental ill or they have some problem about the.
Okay. Right, where?
This is some
This one?
realize yes.
This one? How can someone realise they can have a fragile mentality, and how can they? Okay. How can someone realise they have a fragile mentality, and how can they overcome it? So I mentioned again earlier, and I'll re-mention. We have not only behavioural patterns that we see and we become part of, and I hate to use this expression, but unfortunately as a human being that we are also very much a group animal. And therefore we tend to feel that we have to belong to a group. Okay, so our behavioural patterns sometimes get masked in that group behaviour. So therefore the fragility that you recognise in yourself can often be overlooked. However, I mentioned before about emotional awareness. So I would always suggest that your emotional state. So if you're quite a go-lucky, happy person generally, but you then go back home or to your dorm and you feel really down and you just like a light switch, your emotions change from the environment with all your peers to being on your own, then I would suggest that that fragility is recognised and you have to take ownership of that emotional recognition. And then you can do something about it. I'm also a drug awareness tutor, and I've worked for many institutions about the, unfortunately, drug addiction. And one of the things that we have to recognise is, for someone to change, they've got to want to change. Because if you don't want to change, you're not going to change. So that recognition of fragility, in this case, the emotional state, recognise it, and then you can action something to change. You're halfway there. Okay? Thank you. Okay, we've got one more. Professor, if Gen Z is known for its high adaptability, why is mental health still such a big issue today that it has a speciality related to mental health? Good question. Right, now, I mentioned during my presentation the ownership of these. Can we see? Yeah, we got it. My smartphone, right? So we see people now in groups, and I mentioned the shopping mall, and you'll see maybe 2, 3 or 4 people together. Clearly, obviously, they're a group. However, they don't speak to each other. They're all engaged on their individual smartphone, right? So therefore, I believe that this mental issue comes from our inability to necessarily communicate and be aware of our complete surroundings. And it'd be really interesting because it's a research that I wish to do. I want to know exactly that. What effect does it have on our mental health? So therefore, I believe that people who have these smart devices, the Gen Zs, are brought up with it, and they fail to be aware wholly of surroundings. And this is a problem. And I think this is maybe a big root cause of the mental fragility that we're now seeing in this generation. And by the way, I have a daughter who's 10. She's now Gen Alpha. She was born holding a smartphone coming out of her mother's womb, right? So I'd like to see whether this new later generation will have even more significant mental health issues. So very interesting indeed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much to Dr. Lee and Professor Panya, and also special thank you to Mr. Tarjuman. For your information, Mr. Tarjuman is the Deputy Director 3 at Bandung Ministry of Health, Poltekkes of Health Bandung. It's so cool.
H+ pertama pasien mulai dilengkap. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor. Kan aku
All right, that concludes our second Q&A session. Big thank you to everyone who asked questions, and of course to our amazing speaker, Dr. Lee David Johnson and Professor Supapoyan Panya. We hope the insights shared today will be beneficial for all of us. We will now proceed with the certificate presentation to our two amazing speakers, which will be handed over by Dr. Imam Mahruz, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Health.
With all due respect, Dr. Lee and Prof. Supapoyan Panya, we would like to thank you for your willingness to be a speaker in our webinar. This certificate is a form of appreciation for the time and knowledge that you have shared. Hopefully, knowledge conveyed will be useful for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you as well for inviting us. Our privilege. Thank you.
And with that, we've come to the end of our seminar session. By session has been completed smoothly. I, Belkishifa Kansa, as your moderator, would like to sincerely apologize for any mistake in my word or action throughout the event. Thank you so much for your attention and participation. Now, I'll hand it back over to the MC.
We have just finished a very useful seminar session. Our thanks go to Professor Farida Mosaid from Lincoln University, Malaysia, for presenting the first material on mental health of the strawberry generation, as well as to Dr. Lee David Johnson, PhD, and Ms. Supaporn Panya from Khon Kaen University, Thailand, for the second material, Building the Mental Health of the Strawberry Generation, which was very inspiring. A heartfelt thank you to both of our speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge. We hope it will be beneficial for all participants. We also express our appreciation to our moderator, Balki Shifa Kansa, who has guided this session very well. Hopefully, what has been delivered brings benefit to all of us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to the second session in today's seminar. But before that, we have a jargon first to raise the spirit this afternoon. When I say International Seminar 2025, you can say Healing Minds Building the Future. How can ladies and gentlemen do what I just said? But don't worry, this jargon will also be sent through the chat column. All attendees can immediately open the chat column so as not to miss it. Let's say it together with enthusiasm. Okay, the countdown is on. 3, 2, 1.
International Seminar 2025.
Healing minds, building the future.
We would like to thank all attendees for their active participation and enthusiasm shown in the pronunciation of the jargon together. Hopefully, the spirit that has been shown can be maintained until the end of the series of events.
Answering the third material to be delivered with the title The Role of Health Service and Building the Mental Health of the Strawberry Generation. This material will be presented by extraordinary speakers, namely Dr. Imelda Wijaya, psychiatric therapy consultant from the Drug Dependent Hospital, and the fourth material with the title The Role of Educational Institution in Building the Mental Health of the Strawberry Generation, which will be presented by Mrs. Yupi Supartini, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Science from Bogor Nursing Study Program. Shifa Aulia will host this session as the moderator. To Shifa Aulia, I invite you.
Thank you to the MC who has allowed me to guide the seminar today, which will include material that will be presented by our great speaker with a very interesting topic. Good morning and best wishes to all of us. Before we start providing seminar material this time, first allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shifa Aulia Khairunisa as a moderator who will guide the delivery of today's material. Ladies and gentlemen, today's seminar will be divided into two sessions, with each session consisting of opening by the moderator, material presentation, question and answer session, closing by the moderator. The first material presentation today will be delivered by our speaker, Dr. Imelda Wijaya, psychiatric psychotherapy consultant. But before that, allow me to greet and say hello first. Hello, Dr. Imelda. Good morning.
Hello, great moderator today. How are you all?
I'm so excited to see the seminar today. And how are you today?
Yes, I am very interesting amongst you are all here, and your passion can be felt. So we will continue maybe with the next topic.
Yes. In this time, Dr. Imelda will present material entitled The Role of Health Services in Building Mental Health for the Strawberry Generation. Okay, so to get to know our speaker a little bit better, today we're going to read her CV. Okay, right now I'm gonna read Dr. Imelda Wijaya, Psychiatry Psychotherapy Consultant, Curriculum Vitae, starting with her name, Dr. Imelda Wijaya, Psychiatry Psychotherapy Consultant, educational background, subspecialist psychotherapy in 2022 from Universitas of Indonesia, job preference from 2013 until now in RS Sentra Medica Cibinong Bogor as psychiatrist, from 2015 until now in Drug Dependence Hospital Cibubur as psychiatrist, from 2015 until now in Drug Dependence Hospital Cibubur as clinical lecturer. Work that had been achieved by Dr. Imelda is Dr. Teladan 3 in Konawe, Sulawesi Tenggara in 2006. Organization history: Head of Pokja Patient and Family Right in Accreditation of RS Sentra Medica Cibinong Bogor 2016. Head of Pokja Anesthesia and Surgeon in Drug Dependence Hospital 2016. Training and Seminars Attachment. Drug Addiction Seminars in 2017. Child Psychiatry Seminars in 2017. Neurocognitive and Mental Health in 2017. Article related: Intervensi psikoterapi pada pasien dengan ketergantungan zat adiktif 2016, materi psikoterapi psikodinamik jangka pendek bagi penyalahguna nafza. Cases experiences by Dr. Imelda, addiction cases, psychosomatic cases, borderline personality cases, psychotic cases, unstable mood cases, anxiety cases, self-harm and suicide cases, insomnia cases, spouse problems, and family problems. There's so many experiences and researches by Dr. Imelda, and that's so inspiring for all of us. All right, to streamline the time, we invite you, Dr. Imelda Wijaya, Psychiatry Psychotherapy Consultant, to presenting the material today. The time is yours. I'm so sorry, doctor, the microphone is still muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Do my voice hear clearly?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah. How about the screen? Should I share with myself, or the committee will help me to share the screen?
The committee will help you to share the screen, doctor.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I will say thank you for this opportunity, and then I come with warm greeting honor to the head ministry of Poltekkes Bandung, and then for the all speaker, Professor Dr. Farida Mosaid, Professor Supapon Panya, Dr. Lee David Johnson, and Miss Yupi Supartini. Hopefully you are in a health condition, and then we can have the warm discussion today for the interesting topic has given. So I will share about the role of health services in building mental health for the strawberry generation. This topic will complete the topic before, and I think we can going through slowly to read, to learn together about the role of the building mental health services, how to make good mental health to strawberry generation. As the call before, but in strawberry generation also call with Gen Z. They are born early in 1890 until 2010. So maybe in this year, they are between age 15 until 35. and they are born between millennial and alpha generation. It means they are grow with high technology and parents who will give the equipment for their children. As we know before, in the baby boomer or the generation X or the generation millennial, they are very struggling, and they call as a sandwich generation who will serve the necessary of their parents, also their children. It is not easy, but for the Gen Z, the parents will work hard to try to be equipped with all the necessary of their need. So this is called with the strawberry generation. Maybe can we switch to next? Yeah. The description of the strawberry generation, first time called from the Taiwanese, like the journal of the Professor Farida Mosaid has explained before. It is described to unique and very open characteristic of personality. They are very creative, have new idea, and they can looking for all information for the technology, and they can be performed with very beautiful, very good, very nice, such as strawberry. With their high self-confidence, they are also independent, has critical thinking, and they are learn more and more every day. But for the same time, they also have high expression emotional. This is very important. They are very sensitive with the situation that they are facing every day. And they also have a low resilience to face the problem, to face the challenge, to face the situation from the environment day by day. So we have to move to the next screen. Then strawberry generation also shows the behavior to be easily surrendered and fragile. This is from many questions. This can be generalized or no? Of course not. Of course not. Not everyone in strawberry generation fragile characteristic, but almost and most of them called fragile because they are very sensitive and easily to be broken, to be broke from the situation they have to face. And as points for the mentally health definition, I take from the World Health Organization. This is called that good mentally has 4 requirements. The first is free from pressure. So if someone can face their pressure, can feel free to going through their problem, it's called a good mental health. It's called health mental. And then they have capability to face the challenge. They have capability to face the problem. They also have the positive thinking. And the last, they also have a good interpersonal relationship with others. So if we meet someone, easily get angry or easily think about enemies to everyone. So be careful. This is not in a good mental health condition. So we have to make the assessment what happened to this person, yeah, and then these requirements can be a standard for good mental health in Indonesia. Maybe going to the next screen. Strawberry generation has strength, easily falling into the mental health problem. And mental health problem, the same with the mental health disorder. Amongst other, for example, depression, anxiety, unstable emotion, etc. Until to be serious mental health problem, it's called maybe confused, and then speak cannot be structured and cannot be understand and cannot make a good relation with the others. And the impact, it can be disturbing the balance of life. Of course, reducing the productivity, potential perform, both from study or work in life. Since we know that the strawberry generation still in the age of the productivity number, they in the time of good work, good study, it's also have to be happen. But if they have mental disorder, it is can be disturbing. So move again. Automatically, strawberry generation not going to into mental health. If they, like they said before, going to the mental health, going to the mental disorder, automatically they are not going through into the healthy mental from WHO definition in daily living. And fortunately, strawberry generation also have a good personality, not only the negative one, but they are also can be breaking down the stigmas and also reshaping the perception about the therapy. What it is mean? They know about themselves and they easily to look for the help from the professional. They are not in a shame condition. They easily asking with another people, and they have high education to seek the professional in their problem. So it is make the medical team and paramedical team in a more easy way to help the strawberry generation. Okay, then we go again. Strawberry generation more likely to acknowledge their mental health struggling. They are looking for toward therapy themselves, like I said before. They also actively seek professional help and some health services, so that they or the healthy services playing important role for the generation. Yeah, and how we can ensure the strawberry generation, how we can give the information, how we can give the education. It can be very important from the health services, and this is important to all medical and paramedical team to learn, so we can together can help the strawberry generation from their problem. Next slide. Mental health services. If we talk about the mental health services, it's not similar to the mental health hospital. It's not similar. It is like services which can be served in every hospital in Indonesia. And mental health services have goals also. One, how can we highlighting the significance of mental health for the overall well-being, individual development, and then get bigger in the social functioning. How can we get interrupt in the absence of mental health illness specifically? And the last, how the states of well-being where individual can realize their ability, their stress coping, and then how can they contributing to their community. It is very important because the structure of the social functioning is really influenced by the skill of the generation, especially for the strawberry generation. Next slide. Mental health services also important because they provide necessary support for individual facing mental health challenges. And for strawberry generation, which are difficulty for struggling and thought in life. So in a bigger way, the mental health services will serve everybody, not also in strawberry generation. In specifically strawberry generation, yes, because they are easily to be fragile and easily to find to help for their problem. The next slide, maybe. Yeah, for the mental health services, they are included any intervention from assessment. So I write this because this is very important, because if we want to give the services to the others, we have to be in a structured way. The intervention can be wrapping from the assessment, how can we make the diagnosis, how can we make the plan of treatment or counseling offered in private, also in public, and then for the setting of inpatient, outpatient, and what's the very important one, how to enhancement of the mental health. Curative, preventive, and promotive, that is the aspect in individual and group context. Not only how to plan to give the treatment, but also preventive and promotive take an important one to make further plan, further action to equipment the strawberry generation, how they can face their fragile personality, and how to make the stable emotion, so they can more productive and they can be happy, and they can more give good capability, their good capability to the community. Next slide. This is the system of mental health services. I took it from the National Health Insurance in Indonesia, called BPJS, because they have step by step to give the services, not only directly go to the hospital, but in the basic, they use the primary healthcare, and then going one step ahead to the clinic, then to the hospital. It is type C, type B, and type E. There are several differences between the health services between hospital and community healthcare, and fortunately we are going to go to the primary healthcare for the emphasis to give the services. Why? Because not everyone have get the difficulty problem So they are not directly go to the type A hospital, not directly go to the type B hospital. Maybe in primary healthcare, they can find the answer. What will they find to their necessary to their plan of treatment or education or something like they can get what they need to equip themselves. Yeah. So this is I wrote because everyone here will join in primary healthcare the most, and then we can make the contribution how to help others people from the basic service health system in Indonesia. Okay, next slide. This is the description about how they can reach the help from our health system. The important one, if the system is not too far away, and the others is about that is about the low cost and easily to be reached, and then they can get some education how they can create the self-help to themselves. So this is favorite. If we can give easy access, that easy receive to treatment, they will be easy to get the service of their mental health also. But in the opposite, if we have the far away access, and then we have stigmas from other people, we have expensive treatment. This is too difficult. So they cannot reach, they cannot take the help from the mental health service because the uneasy access. So I hope that all of us here can be grow up in the one mental health services who give the easy access to everyone who need it, and then especially for the strawberry generation. Next slide. In fact, I read in the many journal, psychiatrist amount only 1,000, about 1,221. This is the number from Healthy Ministry in 2022. General practitioner about 156,310. Nurse amount about 784,515. This number from Health Ministry 2025. And this is distributed in many areas of Indonesia. So how can we imagine very small amount social medical team, paramedical team who can work and who can help the strawberry generation. This number is below to answer many cases of mental health problem. So if we not run too fast, and then we not start with the basic community, with the primary health care, we cannot give our hand to help their necessary about mental health problem in strawberry generation. Next slide. The prevalence of strawberry generation who has mental disorder is written about 18% nowadays. And then from 285 citizens in Indonesia, so in calculation will be 18 million people suffering from mental disorder. If comparing with the medical team and the paramedical team, it's not enough to help the strawberry generation. So how can we equipment the medical team, the paramedical team, the doctor, the nurse, and the other paramedics? How can we equipment to help the fragile one, the mental disorder, and then how we can give the education in the right way so we can more taking care to their mental stability of emotion and etc. Next slide, please. Since mental health workers assist people with mental health needs and their family with daily tasks, also ensuring their basic needs are met. Every professional has to be needed to have mental health cases. Yeah, we cannot refuse. We has only choice to help and have to help the needed of the mental health problem, mental health cases from this generation. Don't forget for emphasizing outpatient setting. Why? Because outpatient settings will open to everyone who will come. They are not suddenly go to the inpatient, but they are first time give their problem explanation to the first service, to the basic service and public service in the community base. Next slide. We have come to what can mental health service do. So start from primary healthcare, the medical staff involve doctors and nurses can serve basic necessary enhancing endurance. This is also the interesting topic, how to be equipment, how to be learn about the enhancing endurance to ourselves, to the personality, and especially for the strawberry generation who seek help and giving coping mechanism skill, motivating and supporting. Yeah, we see that the coping mechanism skill is not only the short topic. It can have enough time to discuss about the coping mechanism skill and then how we can enhance our resilience, our endurance, our motivating. Then the medical staff can make strengthen of the supporting for the strawberry generation. Next slide, please. We make the identification of mental health problem to the first time we meet the patient. We have assessment of the patient condition. This is the step-by-step that we have to take. For all patients, we have to make the identification first, and then assessment and evaluation about the development of the coping skill, about the education as a part of preventing mental health and promoting mental health by counseling, private or public meeting. Not only one by one patient, but also we can have a larger meeting. So we can talk and discuss many cases, many problems. And the others will motivate the others also, so we can learn together each other and then we can grow together also. But the first we have to take the identification, then next assessment, evaluation, education and promotion. That is the important step to help the strawberry generation. Next slide, please. Aspect of mental health services included curative, preventive, and promotive. From the three aspects above, long purposes for the strawberry generation would be strengthening mental health, helping them from mental disorder, interpersonal relation, improvement so they can still creative as they are before, as they are genuine personality, they are creative, productive, capable of facing stress, and they can grow in emotional management and be more tough in life. Next, summary. Strawberry generation is revolved into mental health problem. And then mental health services and its component have a big role to help. So emphasis from the primary health care are basic treatment for them. Good mental health is the key to the strawberry generation to achieve sustainable success, prosperity, and happiness. Hopefully, this generation can take better care of their mental health, reduce their risk of mental health disorder, and improve their overall quality of life. That is the long goal from the strawberry generation. So don't be easily to break up. And we still have the way how to learn, how to grow, to make our resilience and endurance strengthen day by day. Next slide, please. Finally, this is the reference, and then next. Thank you. Next slide. One more slide. Conscience for the strawberry generation. This is one wrap messaging that you are not your mental illness. Remember always, you are not your mental illness. It's totally different. And taking care of your mental health is an act of self-love. Is a way to be more healthy, and you are worth it of happiness and peace of mind always. That's all, and thank you. Maybe we can discuss further about this topic.
Well, I'd like to thank Dr. Imelda for delivering such an excellent and beneficial material. That's it. Okay, let's go straight to the next event, which is the question and answer session. In this session, we open only 3 questions. The question will be answered one by one or will be collected until 3 questions, Doctor?
One by one also good.
For all the attendees and colleagues, if anyone wants to ask a question, they can directly turn on the raise hand feature. And before say the question, please introduce yourself by saying your names and institution. The attendees also can ask a question via the chat column, and I will read the question. Okay, we have one questioner here. Nur Aisyah Jamil, I'll invite you.
Thank you for the inspiring presentation, Doctor. My name is Aisyah. I'm nursing student from Bandung Health Polytechnic. I would like to ask, in your opinion, how can mental health services support the strawberry generation to remain creative and productive, especially in facing emotional challenges? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nur Aisyah, for the value question. So, like the slides before, it is explained that mental health service really make important role to help the strawberry generation. And in an objective ways, we can start to make some training and some education for the medical team and also paramedical team. Then if they are going to the primary health care or the community-based care, they can give the answer of the question, what the strawberry generation need. For example, if they come with the unstable emotion. First, we have to make assessment. We can help them or not. We cannot force ourselves. If we cannot help them in their problem, so we have to refer them in the next type of the health services. But if we can help the people, so we try, and then what can we do with the problem? So we have to be trained about this. We have to be fulfilled with the knowledge about the mental health problem. So that's why in many ways we have public what we call penyuluhan ya, penyuluhan itu bisa dilakukan. It can be done. It can be doing to help the team to have the knowledge about the mental health. So you can also taking part of the role to building the mental health of the generation. It is answer.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for the question and the amazing answer. Right now we have another question in the chat column. I will read it. The question is from participant Maria Lania. Hello, Dr. Imelda. In the context of intergenerational communication, how can we, as members of Generation Z, effectively convey to our parents who may be part of Generation X or Y the importance of seeking professional support for mental health issues, especially considering the tendency among older generations to overlook the psychological struggles experiences by today's youth? Thank you very much, Dr. Imelda.
It's not easy. The answer, it's not easy because the gap of the generation and the gap of the information for the generation. I think simple way to do, make your parents meet the expert. Yeah, so you can take your parents and then together can talk about your problem and then your cases as far as it can be discussed together. If that is need private residence confidential, it also can be happen with the expert who will meet the parents, only parents and the expert. That is the way how to convey the parents to have some treatment. So you don't need to battle with the parents. You don't need to make different opinion with the parent. In other way, you can invite the parent to meet your expert.
Thank you for the answer, Doctor. For the last question, we have another question in the chat column from Mrs. Yanti A. from Poltekkes Bandung. Can you provide an overview of various mental health cases that you have treated?
Oh, of course, there are many cases of mental health in strawberry generation, but usually they come with the sensitive problem, the emotional problem, and with the unstable emotional, you cannot going through in the happiness life. So you can have many problem with other people. You have negative thinking, and then you have opposite opinion with other people's. And the important one, you are not feel very peace and very happy. So that's why it is need to meet the way to be happy. To need the way to be happy. And then all of us here, will be equipment to help them from the problem they have to face. Yeah, I cannot discuss one by one about the cases of this generation, but actually so many problems, and the number of the death inside the slide representative that so many people in strawberry generation need mental health services. So that's why the role of mental health services also very important, and we can emphasize the services from the basic from the basic health services such as primary health.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the answer. And because of the time, the rest of the time is still a lot. So we have another question and answer session. So for anyone who... Okay, we have another questioner here. Participant M. Fatir Azikri.
Hey, good afternoon, Miss. Let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Fatir Azikri from the Minister of Polytechnic. Okay, the question is, how can families and communities support the mental health of the strawberry generation, especially even allow mental health awareness and...
Sorry, Fatir, there's a wrong connection in your device, so you can type the question in the chat column.
Okay, I'll type the question.
Okay.
Hear something about awareness.
Yeah, something about that.
Yeah, but I
There's a
cannot hear
question
completely.
in the chat column. How can families and communities support the mental health of the strawberry generation, especially given the low mental health awareness and prevalent stereotypes in Indonesia?
Yeah.
Families and communities. Okay. Yeah. How can? Yeah. Of course, they have to be first. We give the education and information about the mental health problem, because like I said before, there are some gaps from the previous the before generation before with the strawberry generation now, and it is not easy and make mental health disorders so many various, such as emotion, which can develop with the depression, and then with the anxious, and then with the difficulty to sleep, and then become to afraid, become to phobias, and so many mental disorder. And then maybe our parents or our generation before didn't know about the information of mental health. In their perception, usually they think that it's only what we call only a simple problem. Only a simple problem. You have to work harder. You have to try harder. This is the generation perception before. But in the strawberry generation, who very sensitive about this, don't have the same opinion. So how can they support if they don't have the same opinion and the same perception? We are the team of medical and paramedical have responsibility to give the information. So the parents didn't have the simple perception about this only a simple problem. How you cannot handle about that? But in the same way, for the generation strawberry generation, it is very disturbing because the high expression of the emotion. Yeah. So how can families and communities support? They have to be informated before. We have to give the information before. We have to educate them. Yeah. And we start it from the basic mental health system. We cannot start in the top of the mental health system because the difficulty of the cases will be different. They will come first to the clinic, to the primary health care because of their problem. That is the way how we can make the bridge for their problem, for their parents, and for their community. Okay, it is answered?
Yes, Miss, it answered my question perfectly. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you for the question and the amazing answer. Okay, for the last question, I think from participant Melanie, I'll invite you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Professor. Thank you very much for the comprehensive and the provoking presentation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Melanie and I am from the nursing program. With your permission, I would like to ask, what are the essential coping skills that this generation needs to develop? Thank you.
Coping skill, right? Coping skill. There are so many coping skills. We cannot choose one, and for the others, people may be different coping skill that they are needed. So first, you have to learn more about the information of the mental health, and then second one, you have to be trained how to increase your coping skill yourself, and then you can share it to another one. The long goal of that, of course, how to make self-awareness increasing, and then how we can developing in a good mental health, in a healthy mental health, in happiness, and in good interpersonal. So how can it is suddenly will happen? Cannot be like that. Cannot be suddenly happen. It will be need education, training maybe, and then further information, and then many article you have to read, and various coping mechanism will help the cases of the problem. The very important one for the coping mechanism, how we can strengthen their endurance. By what? By supporting and by motivating. It is a very simple way. How can we create the supporting and motivating when we are listening of their problem? That is very a simple way to help the people. Why? Because maybe along their life, they will be closer with the technology, with the gadget. So they are less to be here. And how we as a medical and paramedical team can listen carefully what are they need. It is will be helpful so much for the people. Yeah, it is an easy way when we can help the people, how we can support, how we can motivate. So of course we have to learn, but the basic one, the simple one, and everybody can do about this, listen and hear about the problem carefully. So we can make the assessment, and then we can give the way what can they can do about their problem. maybe they will meet the expert, or maybe they need to go to the next mental health system, or maybe they have to be met with the family or with the others. We don't know. But the first time, the first step, we can hear the problem and giving our time to them. That is maybe my answer, and maybe this is for the close of the topic today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for your kind and helpful
Sorry, I'm not
answers.
professor. I'm psychiatrist.
Okay, sorry.
And thank you for the prayer.
Okay, thank you for all the question and answer. The question and answer session is over this time. Thank you to all the attendees and colleagues who have asked. I would also like to thank Dr. Imelda Wijaya, who has delivered the material today. Hopefully it can be useful for all of us. There will be a certificate handover to Dr. Imelda Wijaya, who will be given directly by Dr. Imam Mahrus, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Health.
Okay. With all due respect, Dr. Imelda, we hereby convey a certificate as a form of appreciation for the willingness to be a speaker at today's webinar event. Hopefully, it will be useful. Thank you, Dr. Imelda.
Thank you, sir, for the appreciation for the certificate or for the opportunity today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, the second material presentation will be delivered by our speaker, Mrs. Yupi Supartini, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Science. But before that, allow me to greet and say hello first. Hello, Mrs. Yupi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It has been great to be here to take part in this international seminar, and hopefully you all already got valuable knowledge, information from great speaker before. Professor Farida from Malaysia, Dr. Lee David from Thailand, and also Miss Supavo, Dr. Imelda from RSKO that already just finished the sessions. Hopefully they are all healthy and success always. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Mrs. Yupi, hopefully you are healthy and spirited. In this time, Mrs. Yupi Supartini will present material entitled The Role of Educational Institution in Building Mental Health for the Strawberry Generation. Okay, so to get to know our speaker a little bit better, today we're going to read her CV. Okay, right now, I'm going to read Mrs. Yupi Supartini curriculum vitae, starting with her name, Yupi Supartini, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Science, place, date of birth, Cianjur, 14 September 1962, religion, Islam, status, marriage with 3 children, home address in Ervina Kencana Regency, Pakansari Cibinong, Bogor, email, yupi_rianto@yahoo.com, educational background, Academy of Nursing, Ministry of Health, Jakarta, Akper Kimia 17 Jakarta 1984, Faculty of Nursing, University of Indonesia, Jakarta 1992, Liverpool John Moores University in United Kingdom in 2000, Training Certificate International and National, There's so many training that Mrs. UP has been joining. In the latest training 2025 are Design Effective Student-Centered Learning in March 2025, Generalized Linear Model and Generalized Estimating Equation in February 2025, Management of Moral, Emotional, Spiritual, Maternity for Lectural Attitude as Ethics in April 2025, National Training of Character Education and Artificial Intelligence in Jakarta, Training and Refreshing of Quality Assurance Internal Auditor Poltekkes Bandung 2025, English Camp Pare Kediri for International Class Nursing Lecturer Poltekkes Jakarta 3 2024, Management of Training Lembaga Administrasi Negara in 2023, Effective Transformational Leadership in Strengthening Health System in 2023, Child Abuse and Neglect Management for Health Personnel Jakarta, Partnership Ikatan Dokter Indonesia and UNICEF in 2003, Pediatric Infectious Nursing in Songkla University, Thailand in 2003. Workshops, international seminars, and international conference. Mrs. UP has participated in many workshops, international seminar, and international conference such as the 11th Alliance of Asian Nurses Association in Japan, the 15th Asia Workforce Forum in Tokyo in Japan, Indonesia Delegation on International Council of Nurses Conference in Melbourne, the 9th Alliance of Asian Nurses Association in Thailand, the 13th Asia Workforce Forum and Alliance ASEAN Nursing Association in Thailand, International Council of Nurses Continuing Nursing Education in South Africa, and many more international conferences. Scientific programs. Mrs. UP is involved in an impressive number of scientific programs. For instance, there's member of Team Development of Child Abuse and Neglect Guideline for Health Professional UNICEF, Indonesia Delegation on ICN Congress in Melbourne, Indonesia Delegation on 15th Asia Workforce Forum, and the 11th Alliance Asia Nurses Association in Japan. Books, scientific products, and publication by Mrs. UP are Guideline of Child Abuse and Neglect Management for Health Professional, Partnership of Indonesia Medical Association with UNICEF as member writer, Standard of Pediatric Nursing Services as member writer, Standard of Neonatal Health Services as member writer, Family Attitude, Could It Influence the Quality of Children's Lives with Thalassemia International Conference, Working Experience. Currently, Mrs. UP works as lecturer of nursing student at level D3 Prodi Keperawatan Bogor, Health Poltekkes Bandung, and she was also director of Health Poltekkes Jakarta 3 in 2018 until 2024. Organizational experiences, member of International Children Palliative Care Nursing ICPCN 2015 until now, member of International Pediatric Nursing Society 2023 until now, Chief of Advisory Board Ketua Dewan Pengawas of IPVK 2023 until now. Award that had been achieved by Mrs. UP Supartini is the Best Lecturer at National Level in 2003. Dosen berprestasi tingkat nasional Health Polytechnic Ministry of Health 2003. That's so amazing. There's so many experience, researches, publication, and that's so inspiring for us to be an amazing figure like Mrs. Yupi Supatini. All right, to streamline the time, I'll invite you, Mrs. Yupi Supatini, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Science, for presenting the material today. The time is yours.
Thank you for the chance given. This is the last session. You have already got a lot of material, so we'll go into maybe in my topic, it's more, what is it? What do we call the implementations? The implementation of all the concept that already given by the previous speakers, and mostly focus on to how the implementations, especially in the point of view of the student, lecturer, and schools. Yeah. So let's start. So could I have an assistance to be share screen? Yes. Educational institution in building mental health for the strawberry generation. So this is the what is it, the applications, yeah, the application of all the materials have been given from the speakers before. Next. This is the content. Yes, next. Yeah, the terminology of strawberry generations, I think already discussed a lot by the previous speakers. One interesting thing that Professor Farida mentioned, why strawberry? Why not apple? Yeah, because in some literature or some research mentioned that this is the figure of the young generation, of the millennial generation, the Z generations, strawberry generations is like strawberry fruit. It is attractive, beautiful, what is it? Cheerful, but when it press, it is easy to what is it? Rapuh ya, fragile ya. Yeah, so it is the analog, yeah, the analogy of strawberry generation with the fruit, strawberry fruit, yeah. But let's see, I do some a little testimony in the latest slide. Maybe we could see in the fact, in the reality, young generation, millennial generation or Z generation, they do not want to be called strawberry. So it's surprisingly, yeah. Let's see, yeah, in the next slide. So this is the strawberry generation terminology as a metaphor that used to describe young generation that is very attractive, yeah. Red color, beautiful, yeah, attractive, and also creative, talented, yeah. But again, it is easy to be fragile when it press, yeah. So this is the reason why they be called strawberry. Is it similar with millennia? Actually, not really, because there are some what is it, the slices, yeah, slices among three generations. So next, see the next slide. Yeah, we could see here there is millennial generations, Z generation, and Alpha generations. Yeah, so mostly people said that strawberry generation is millennial generation. Yeah, but in fact, actually there is also Z generation and Alpha generations, yeah, the latest generation. Okay, next slide. This is the characteristic. We have already heard from the speakers. Yeah. I divided into two. The first one is the positive view. We could see here smart, creative, yeah, talented, yeah, especially in the IT, easy to adapt with the technology, or even superior in using technology, orient to the life balance, yeah, aware with the balance of rest and act, creative and innovative, a lot of idea in their mind, sensitive to the social and environmental issues. They aware to the problems of social and environment. But in the other side, actually it is not negative. I do not want to say this is negative, but maybe weakness, the weakness of them, strong in imagination, but weak in reality. Sometimes difficult in implementation. Always catch the comfort and flexible, maybe less choose challenge opportunity, easy to give up, less tough, prone to have stress, sensitive to criticize, and depend on to technology. Even too much dependent into the technology. Next slide. The challenges, in fact, they are in the globalization period. Global competition, digital world is faced by them. Uncertainty of economic and environment. We have a global economic problem, including in also faced by this generation. Distraction of technology and social media, and also social pressure and identity crisis. When we see the period of age, this generation is between late adolescence and young adult. So it is this is why we call in the identity crisis. Next slide. How to prepare future of strawberry generation. I think the latest speaker, Dr. Imelda, as well mentioned about this. Based on their challenges. The first thing that important is resilience. We could educate how to face the failure and train stress management of them. The second is develop soft skill, effective communication, teamwork skill, or empathy, and problem solving since the beginning of age. And the third is increase digital literacy and ethic of the technology. They really have capability in using the technology, but how the ethic in using technology, that is the problem. Educate using social media, cyber safety, and digital ethics. The fourth, support them to have independent soul, learn from experience, train discipline, and to be responsible. And the fifth is introduce real life by involving in the social act, internship, entrepreneurship, and broaden outside area of comfort. Next slide. So we go into the institutions, educational institution. What is the roles? I divided into four parts. First, related with curriculum, we could make a balance curriculum design. So among skill, knowledge, attitudes should be balanced. And the second is how to build the character among the students. So should be there in the curriculum. The second, facilitate counseling and mental support, structure or program. So formally, formal structure or program. And then the mentorship program. This program, this activity could be implemented by collaboration with the parents. So important to collaborate with their parents, with the students' parents. The third is facilitate platform to explore their interests and talent. Teach growth mindset, facilitate student face failure and rise up. This is the main point. How to face the failure. Sometimes the student could not stand when they face the failure. How they could raise up, from the failure that or they have got. The last is collaborate with industry and community, by preparing the career bridge. The students should be facilitated by several programs, for example, like internship, community service, bridge the gap between academic theory and real world expectation. For the nursing student, I think we realize that because of almost 80% of the subjects, including a clinical side, so this could be facilitated. But then, is it enough? Only through the subject in the curriculum? Yeah, that is the questions. Okay, next slide. What about the parents? What is the role? The strawberry generations need the parents who become a friend. If you see this picture, we can see here that mother, father, or parents as a friend. Yeah, how the young generation could tell anything, express feeling. Yeah, so that's why the parents should listen to the children's voice, teach that not all willingness should be fulfilled, facilitate space to be fed and raise up, and supervise using social media. Because now they are dealing with the digital era. Yeah, so the parents should supervise how they use the social media. And the main thing is the parents should become a role model for them. Yeah, how to be wise, tough in daily life. Next slide. Okay, this is for those who become educator like me. What is the roles? Firstly, become a mentor, not only a teacher. Yeah, so it's not easy. It's not easy to be an educator because it mentioned here not only a teacher, but also a mentor. Support contextual learning, build character and value of life, and open discussion, explorations, with provide real example in the field practice or work world in order to bridge the young generation for their career in the future. Yeah. Next slide. What about the peer group? Among the young generation, or we call a peer group, especially important in building resilience among Z generation. Firstly, by emotional support and validation. Modeling copy strategies. They could share strategies they have already implemented that it is work well. They could modeling, encouragement and motivations, safe space and emotional growth, digital peer network. So they could make a network among young generations. Empowerment through shared values, challenges of peer influence. And this is the last is very important point. Peer groups are critical tools, not just friends, but growth partners. This is very important. Yeah. Next slide. This is what I have already done to 10 students. 10 students by using the purposive sampling. Yeah, I ask the opinion, the perception, recommendation from them, from young generation, related with the strawberry generation and the problem of mental health. So let's see what they mention. Next slide. From the respondent number one, 23 years old girl students. She mentioned that using this word, it means the strawberry, yeah. Using this word gives negative impact to the self-confidence. So she doesn't want to be called strawberry of young generation, yeah. Strengthen gap among generations. It is not fair to label as fragile generation because it appears in the social and economic context. Every generation has a challenge, has it on that bear, yeah. Because this is the quotation, so I have to read the real word, ya. Ini di bawah adalah real aslinya ya, quotationnya. Menyematkan istilah seperti ini bisa berdampak negatif terhadap kepercayaan diri generasi muda dan memperkuat kesenjangan antara generasi. Tidak adil untuk melabel sebagai generasi secara kasar dikatakan rapuh. So it's surprisingly, so they do not want to be called strawberry, ya. Hanya karena beberapa ciri yang muncul dari konteks sosial dan ekonomi. Setiap generasi memiliki tantangan tersendiri yang membentuk karakter mereka. Okay, let's see the second respondent. What she mentioned. Yeah, next slide. As a part of Z generation and as students, I view a strawberry generation as unprompting stereotype. Ya, jadi ini stereotype katanya. Although we grow in the advanced technology and easy to access the information, it doesn't mean that we are spoiled and easy to give up. Yeah, we face different challenges such as global competitiveness, social media pressure, and demands to adapt promptly. This view is only look at the surface and do not consider complexity and real dynamic that we face as current generation. Ya, ini the responden kedua, 21 tahun, girl students, ya. Sebagai bagian dari generasi Z dan seorang mahasiswa, saya memandang istilah generasi strawberry ini sebagai stereotip yang kurang tepat. Meskipun kami tumbuh di tengah kemajuan teknologi dan akses informasi yang sangat mudah, hal tersebut bukan berarti kami manja atau mudah menyerah. Justru kami menghadapi tantangan yang berbeda seperti persaingan global yang ketat, tekanan sosial media, serta tuntutan untuk terus beradaptasi secara cepat. Istilah tersebut hanya menilai dari permukaan saja tanpa mempertimbangkan kompleksitas dan dinamika yang sebenarnya kami hadapi sebagai generasi masa kini. Ya. Oke, next slide. Masih ada for the respondent number 3, 22 years old, girls, students, yeah. Parenting patterns that I need is the one that always gives spirit. Yeah, this is talking about the role of parents. Spirit to give freedom in developing self-capacity, then I become more self-confident in implementing all the process I have been done. So pola asuh yang saya harapkan yaitu senantiasa selalu memberikan semangat untuk memberikan kebebasan dalam mengembangkan kemampuan diri. Dengan begitu saya akan menjadi lebih percaya diri dalam menjalankan segala sesuatu proses yang sedang saya jalani. Ya, ini tentang parenting the parents, ya, orang tua. So next slide. This is the respondent 5. The thing that I hope from the lecturer, so this is a lecturer, yeah, is openness, communicative, able to guide student clearly and fair. I hope lecturer does not only teach the material, but also motivate, understand the need of the students. Meanwhile, the institutional educational institution or campus, in my opinion, should facilitate learning process, create healthy academic environment, and also provide space for the student to develop either academic or non-academic aspects. Yeah, girl 21, 24 years old and student. Hal yang saya harapkan dari para dosen adalah sikap terbuka, komunikatif, mampu membimbing mahasiswa dengan jelas serta adil. Saya berharap dosen tidak hanya mengajar materi, tetapi juga memotivasi dan memahami kebutuhan mahasiswa. Sementara itu, institusi pendidikan atau kampus menurut saya harus menyediakan fasilitas yang mendukung proses belajar, menciptakan lingkungan akademik yang sehat, serta memberikan ruang bagi mahasiswa untuk berkembang baik secara akademik maupun non-akademik. Oke, masih ada, we still have some more. Next slide. I hope lecturer could give motivation and real example from working word, especially for the nursing students such as me. So jadi ini adalah nursing student ya, that will go into the field. The way they teach should be more interactive, not only read from the slide, but also give case study, experience, and give the students opportunity to be more active. Then, important for the lecturer not to rigid or frightened, because we will be lazy to ask or fear to be honest when in the difficult situation. Myself will more respect to the lecturer who is firm, but we enjoy. The one who could keep his or herself safe, but humanistic. Campus or educational institution, in my opinion, should be more than place that I study. Campus should become a place that students could be developed holistically, not only academic, but also in mental, soft skill, and creativity. Example, do the training, seminar, active counseling, or space that students could be organized and developed. Campus as well should listen to the voice of students, because we know that we need, because we know what we need. The involvement of the students in campus decision making is important. Let's all run together. Ya, ini adalah dari responden number 6, 21 years old, girls and student. I think next slide is in bahasa. Aku berharap dosen bisa ngasih motivasi dan contoh nyata dari dunia kerja, terutama buat mahasiswa keperawatan kayak aku, yang nantinya langsung terjun ke lapangan. Kalau bisa, cara ngajarnya juga lebih interaktif, jangan cuma baca slide. Tapi juga kasih studi kasus, ya, pengalaman, dan kasih kesempatan mahasiswa buat aktif. Terus, penting juga dosen itu nggak terlalu kaku atau menakutkan, karena kadang mahasiswa jadi malas bertanya, atau malah takut buat jujur kalau lagi kesulitan. Aku pribadi lebih respect ke dosen yang tegas, tapi asik, yang bisa jaga wibawa, tapi tetap manusiawi. Tempat belajar kampus harus menjadi ruang yang mendukung pengembangan diri mahasiswa secara utuh, nggak cuma akademik, tapi juga mental, soft skill, dan kreativitas. Misalnya dengan ngadain pelatihan, seminar, layanan konseling yang aktif, atau ruang untuk mahasiswa bisa berorganisasi dan berkembang. Kampus juga sebaiknya ngedengerin suara mahasiswa, karena kita tahu apa yang kita butuhin. Jadi adanya keterlibatan mahasiswa dalam keputusan kampus itu penting, biar semuanya bisa jalan bareng-bareng. So this is the sentence, the statements, ya. Next slide. Oh, that is all from the testimonial. So I could not get the boy, ya. So only 6 girls, ya. But so sorry, this is not the gender issues, ya. Come to the implications for schools and educators, ya. First, student-centered flexible curriculum. This is the curriculum that prioritize to the student voice. The second is active and experiential learning by using lab work, maybe and field trip, etc. The third is individual learning plans or ILP, for example, like mentorship program. The fourth is self-determination theory in practice, how to design classroom environment. And the fifth is whole schools and community engagement. This is a program like youth leadership programs, yeah. And sixth is for the lecturer side, ongoing teacher capacity development. Yeah, CPD for the teacher is very important. Yeah. Next slide. Summaries. As a summaries, in my opinion, I highlight that strawberry generation has a big potential. Hopefully you agree. They need guidance to become a tough generation, and synergy between parents, teachers, and educational institution is very important. Yes, next slide. I think this is come to the, what is it, the messages for the students, yeah. There are some words of wisdom for the young generation. Do not chase success, chase the excellence, and success will follow you. Your future is not written in the stars, it's written by your choice. Yeah, so it depends on you. Learn not just to answer the question, but to ask better ones. Yeah. Discipline is the bridge between dreams and achievement. Last but not least, your future is not a matter of luck. It is a matter of vision, discipline, and courage. Learn deeply, think freely, and act bodily, and never stop growing. Yeah. So that is maybe the latest slide. Yeah. Next slide. Thank you very much for your attentions, and good luck for you all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Questions, please, or suggestion?
Well, I'd like to thank Mrs. Yupi Supartini for delivering such an excellent and beneficial material. That's it. Okay, let's go straight to the next event, which is the question and answer session. In this session, we open only 3 questions. For the question, will be answered one by one, or will be collected first, Miss?
One by one, maybe. Yes.
Okay, the question will
Nanti lupa.
will be answered one by one. For all the attendees and college, if anyone wants to ask a question, they can directly turn on the raise hand feature. And before say the question, please introduce yourself by saying your names and institution. Or all the attendees also can ask a question in the chat column. Okay, we have the first questioner here, participant Nazriel. I'll invite you to ask a question.
Okay, thank you. Did my voice hear clearly?
I'm sorry, Nazriel, the sound is not be heard.
Did my voice hear clearly? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, now.
First of all, I would like to sincerely thank you for the opportunity and for the meaningful, insightful points that have been explained and discussed earlier. Allow me to introduce myself, Miss. My name is Nazriel. I'm from nursing student. From what has been conveyed, I truly appreciate of the emphasis on the importance of educational institution in supporting students' mental health. Sorry. In relation to that, I would like to ask from your perspective, what do you think is the most common mistake schools make when trying to provide that support? Thank you.
Again, sorry, again, mistake of who? Mistakes of
Mistake schools make when trying to support
the students.
Yes, That is.
Oh, okay. I would think that maybe it is not mistakes. Yeah, this is the weakness maybe. Yeah, because if we call mistakes, so should be yeah maybe weakness. Because it could be improved, yeah, gradually. All right. If we talk about schools or educational institution, I would like to point 3 points, 3 important points. Firstly, about the program of what do we call guidance and counseling program, which are run by the lecturer in the campus. We call a dosen PA. Yeah, we have a dosen PA. So there are some lecturer. The lecturer assigned to be a guide and a counselor for the students. Yeah, actually, this is the mandatory, I think. Yeah, mandatory from the head of nursing study program. Apa namanya, dibagi langsung ya, ditugaskan. So this is the important one. What is the main thing here? How the lecturer implement the program. Is it supervised by the head of nursing study program? Do they report to the head of the nursing study program? And if there is or there are some problems with the student, so do they discuss it together and look for the solutions? Ya, jadi dosen PA ini memang harus mendapatkan what is it, the supervisi dari ketua program studi. Should report, ya, ada report yang harus disampaikan kepada ketua program studi. And if there is a problem with the students, should the head of the nursing study program should take in action. So harus mengambil action, ya. Maybe what is it, the urgent or not urgent, ya. But this is the way how the teacher, the lecturer could implement their program as a dosen PA or a guide and counselor for the students, ya. Dengan cara ini in early stage, the problem of the student could be known. Ya, jadi bisa diketahui sedini mungkin problem mahasiswa. The second, the schools also could have what is it, guidance and counseling program run by the one who capable to do that. Jadi kayak kalau di SMA ada guru BP ya. Nah, ini juga bagus untuk kita tiru. So the school should prepare the special room, the private room for the student who wants to be who wants to have a consultation with this lecturer. Yeah, but usually this lecturer should have what is it, the background, yeah, for example, like psychiatric lecturer, psychiatric nursing lecturer, or maybe psychologist, yeah, that have capability how to, especially the skills, how to help the student solve their problem, yeah, holistically, yeah. But the task of the school should provide the specific room, yeah, the private room, because the student need privacy, and also the lecturer who wants to give the what is it, the guidance and counselor who become a counselor need also the private. Yeah, so that is the second. And the third the third is we could develop a mentorship program. The schools could collaborate with the students organization to run this program. Mentorship program could be implemented by the senior student. For example, like the third year student could be a mentor for the first year student or for the second year student. Or maybe for the second year student could be mentor for the first year. Why? Because they have experience. They have experience in dealing with the problem of academic, in dealing with the problem of schools, in dealing with the problem of social environment in the campus. So it could be implemented effectively if the schools collaborate with the student organization. Ya, jadi dipilih mungkin beberapa students yang senior student yang bisa menjadi mentor bagi junior students. But this is not only the program of the student organization. This is also under responsibility of head of the nursing study program. Yeah. I think that is there are 3 points that I mentioned. Hopefully answer the questions. Nasril?
Yes, Miss.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Najril, for the amazing question, and Mrs. Yupi for the amazing answer. Okay, for the second question, we have another questionnaire from participant, Ms. Anggun. I'll invite you.
All right. Good afternoon, Miss Yuki. First, I wanna introduce myself. My name is Dia Amuni Dewati, and I have one question. The question is, a lot of solution shared involve straddle program and mentorship, but sometimes students struggle with internal pressure or feel isolated even with system in place. How can institute better reach students who are silently struggling? Thank you.
Okay, all right. So this is about the student who isolation, who has a problem with the isolation. Is that right? So this is the internal mental problem, right? Is
Yes,
that right?
Miss.
Okay. It's a very good questions. Difficult to answer, but we could try. The schools could collaborate with the parents. Why these students have what is it, isolations in isolation in the social environment. Jadi dia isolasi di tengah keramaian ya, seperti itu. Is that right? Or maybe they have a problem but they could not express their problem to the other. Yeah.
Yes, Miss.
Yeah. Okay. The school could ask to the parents the informations about the student. This is the first thing, because the parents knows better. Yeah. How is the character of the students? How they deal with the problem? What is the character? What is the positive and the weakness or the strong or the weakness of the student? So the information from the parents is very beneficial. Yeah, so the school could collaborate with the parents. Not only getting the information, not only receiving the information, but also in the implementing program. When the program run, I mean the guidance, the counseling run to the student, the report also should be given to the parents. Yeah. Okay, that is the first thing the school could ask to the parents. The second thing I have already mentioned in the slide before, the roles of peer group. Yeah, the peer group may be more effective to assist these students. Yeah, because they are colleagues, they are peer. Yeah, based on the material that I already mentioned, the peer could share their experience. Maybe another friend, there are some friends who have similar problem with this student, so they could share what is the problem really, and how they deal with this problem, how they solve this problem. Is it effective or not? So it is very beneficial for this student. Yeah, come from their peer, right? What else? Maybe the strategy, coping strategy. Dr. Imelda mentioned about the coping strategy. Coping strategy that already used by the peer, the friends in the peer group, maybe could be used by these students. Yeah, this isolated student. Maybe they could use. Yeah, if it is effective to solve their problems. Yeah, so the peer group is also effective to be used as the strategy to assist the isolated students. Yeah, I think the last point that I mentioned in the peer group roles, what is it? The peer group not only friends, yeah. The peer group not only friends, but also they could grow together, yeah, because they are equal. Mereka setara, seumur, maybe lebih bebas ya untuk express feeling, untuk share experience, untuk share what is the good practice, praktek baik yang mereka lakukan, yang mereka jalankan, bisa menyelesaikan solusi masalah mereka, menjadi solusi dari masalah mereka. Mungkin lebih mudah diadopt, diterima oleh mahasiswa ini, karena itu berasal dari peer group-nya. I think that is all. Ya, jadi pertama ke orang tuanya, yang kedua ke peer group-nya. Yeah. Do I answer your questions?
Yes, Miss. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the question and an amazing answer. We still have one more question. If anyone still wants to ask a question, they can turn on the raise hand feature or ask a question in the chat column. Okay, there we have another question. For participant Phoebe, I'll invite you.
Good afternoon, Miss Yupi. I'm Phoebe Mona Lisa, and I have a question I would like to share with you. Considering that Gen Z is often very aware of being social justice and emotional well-being, how can educators avoid being perceived as out of touch while still maintaining authority and structure in the classroom? I'm looking forward to hearing your perspective. Thank you so much.
Authority and again, authority and structure. Authority and structure in the classroom, right?
Yes, Miss.
All right. Very good questions, and it is relevant. It is very relevant with the situation, yeah, among your students in the schools, maybe dealing with this problem, yeah. Firstly, I consider that we should build the capacity and also the sincere, ya, membangun kompetensi dan ketulusan, ya. Why? Because Z generations or strawberry generation is really respect to the genuinity and also to the real capability, ya. But sometimes they do not respect to the authority, ya. Jadi jangan menunjukkan otoritas yang powerful. Saya dosen, saya full of power, ya. They do not like that, ya, that thing, ya. So build the competency of authority and also the sincere based on the real competency, ya. Jangan karena power senioritas atau power lebih tua, seperti itulah katakanlah, ya. So please I mean the lecturers just show the competency, academic competency, yeah, in front of the students, yeah, and then think clearly, and also the penguasaan materi itu betul-betul memang bisa memberikan pemahaman yang bagus kepada mahasiswa, ya. Dengan sendirinya akan mengikuti, ya, respect dari students akan mengikuti, ya. So do not based on the power of seniority, ya. Okay, the next is we could implement the structure but flexible. Nah, ini gimana tantangan ini, ya, untuk kita para dosen termasuk saya. Gimana kita melaksanakan program structure, ya, tapi harus fleksibel, ya. Tuntutan kurikulum harus dilaksanakan tetapi fleksibel. Ini adalah seninya barangkali, ya. Saya katakan this is an art, ya, for the lecturer how to do this, ya. Bagaimana Z generation ini need direction, need guidance, ya, clear guidance, clear direction. They do not want to receive a rigid, ya. Tadi di what is it, di testimoni, ya, in based on the testimony also mention that they do not want to be to have a rigid rigid lecturer, ya. Jadi mereka tidak suka dengan yang rigid, enaknya yang fleksibel tapi asik gitu, ya. Tadi gitu dari testimoni bisa dipakai itu view-nya atau ini, ya, apa? Oke. Ya, oke. Then the third, siapa ini? Phoebe is still there? Ya. The third is use communication, open communication, clear communications, ya, especially open communication, open and clear communications, ya, two ways communications, ya. Don't put yourself, I mean the lecturer, don't put yourself above, ya, above the student. So they do like to be equal, ya. Jadi kayak teman gitu, ya. Mahasiswa itu senang kalau dosennya itu seperti teman, walaupun bukan teman, ya. Tapi just like a friend, how to treat the student as a friend, but the role is lecturer, ya, who give a direction, who give a clear guidance, ya. So that is the third. The fourth is when you teach the material, when you are in the classroom, so you'd be better if integrate the issues of social, because the strawberry generation is really sensitive with the social and environment issues. Jadi akan lebih bagus jika memberikan example-nya, memberikan penjelasannya itu mengintegrasikan problem sosial, problem lingkungan dalam kehidupan nyata di mana mahasiswa dan lecturer ini berada. So itu adalah salah satu caranya lagi terkait dengan the way they teach they implement the curriculum in the classroom maybe. And what else? Z generation is really sensitive, is really capable in using technology. So for the lecturer, for the teachers, they should also guide the students how to use the IT, the technology wisely, but prompt with the structure or curriculum they use in the schools, And the last but not least, lecturer should be role model, such like parents. They need parents who could become a role model. So, similar with the lecturer. Also, they need a lecturer as a role model. Role model seperti apa? Any kind maybe ya. Ada ya tadi di testimoni ada ya. How to be a role model for the students ya. Bagaimana berbicara, bagaimana berkomunikasi, bagaimana memandang sesuatu, how to point of view one problem or how to solve the problem. Mereka melihatnya ini sebagai role model seperti itu ya. I think that is for the for siapa tadi Phoebe questions. Hopefully it's already answered the questions.
Yes, Miss.
Okay.
Thank you for the question and for an amazing answer. The question and answer session is over this time. Once again, thank you so much to all the attendees and colleagues who have asked. I would also like to thank Ms. Yupi Supartini, who has delivered the material today. Hopefully, it can be useful for all of us. There will be a certificate handover to Mrs. Yupi Supartini, who will be given directly by Dr. Imam Mahrus, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Health.
Okay. With all due respect, like to thank you to be patient evidence-based we hereby convey an electronic certificate, even though we are in the same mood and facing each other. Okay.
Yeah.
That is
Okay.
Okay. Appreciation for the time and knowledge that you have shared. Hopefully, it will be useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Imam, Dr. Imam Makrus, for your handling over the certificate as appreciations. Happy to take part in this important event, international seminar. Yeah. Thank you. Keep healthy and success.
Welcome.
Okay, session after session in the delivery of today's material seminars has been complete. I hope we all can learn from all the amazing material from all our speakers today. I, Shifa Alia, as the moderator, please excuse me if there are any mistakes in my words and actions. Finally, thank you very much for your attention, and I return it to the MC.
Respected audience, we have completed the third and fourth session of today's seminar, which were very meaningful and insightful. We would like to express our deepest gratitude to the resource person, Dr. Imelda Wijaya, psychiatric therapy consultant from the Drug Dependent Hospital, for the presentation on the role of health services in Bandung, mental health of the strawberry generation, as well as to Ms. Yupi Supartini, Bachelor of Nursing, Master of Science from the Bogor Nursing Study Program for the fourth material entitled The Role of Educational Institution in Building the Mental Health of the Strawberry Generation. The presentation delivered has provided a very valuable perspective in effort to support the mental health of the younger generation from the side of health services and educational institutions. We also express our highest appreciation to moderator Shifa Aulia, who has guided the session well and orderly. A heartfelt thank you to both of our speakers for sharing their valuable knowledge. We hope it will be beneficial for all participants. The next event is the long-awaited game, which will be hosted by Mutiara Putri. Please welcome Mutiara Putri.
I appreciate the event's MC for this opportunity. Hello everyone, good afternoon. I am Mutiara Putri Suprapto, nursing student at the Health Polytechnic of the Ministry of Health in Bandung. I will be leading the game session today. I hope all of you are still motivated and focused. Let's lift our spirits momentarily to refresh everyone's minds. I have prepared a fun, interactive quiz game for you and your colleges. This quiz will test your knowledge about today's theme, share some interesting facts, and might even surprise you with a few funny questions. The game will last 10 minutes and digital prizes will be awarded to the top 3 participants with the highest score. So, ensure you and your colleges are quick, focused, and most importantly, having fun. For how to join the games, first, you can insert the game code on the quiz's website or the quiz's app. Or you can just scan the barcode that appears on the screen, and please use your real name for the games. And for everyone who had a question or a problem with the games, you can comment it on the comment section. I'm gonna give you a few minutes to join the games. Come on everyone, for the 3 winners who joined the games, we already prepared special prizes for you. Come on, everyone. Time to pop off. I'm gonna give you a few more minutes to join the games. Wow, it looks like Miss Alisa is leading. Can she maintain first place or will someone take her spot? Great job! The competition is tied between Miss Ira and Miss Fitri. Come on, everyone, time to pop off! Come on, Miss Ira and Mr. Nazril, you can do it! The competition between Mr. Nazril and Miss Ira is super tight. Who do you guys think will win? The game is finished. Now I will announce the top. The game is finished. Now I will announce the top 3 winners with the highest score. In third place, we have Miss Ira Maharani. In second place, we have Mr. Nazril. And in first place, we get Alisa Anggraini. Ladies and gentlemen, you all did an excellent job answering the question. And congratulations to the winners. Please get in touch with the committee to claim your prizes. For the 3 winners that I already mentioned, I'm going to give you a few minutes to contact the committee that is displayed on the screen. Let's give a round of applause to everyone. Next, we'd love for you to stay on Zoom and continue following the exciting series of the events until the very end. I've returned it to the event MC. Keep up the spirit and thank you.
Thank you to Mutiara Putri for guiding the game session, and congratulations to the winners. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering one of the most anticipated session, namely the awarding of the most active participant in the International Seminar 2025. We would like to express our highest appreciation for the enthusiasm and active participation of all participants, both through question, responses, and discussion that took place in the chat column. Based on the result of the assessment conducted by the committee, we are proud to announce that the most active participant in the seminar is Nur Aisyah Jamil. Congratulations for Nur Aisyah Jamil. Please turn on your camera. Hello, Nur Aisyah Jamil. Please on your camera.
Hi.
Can you turn on your camera, please? Thank you very much. Congratulations. Selected participants are welcome to contact the committee via the email list sent in no later than 1 time 24 hours after this announcement is made. If there is no confirmation until the deadline, the prize is declared forfeit and cannot be claimed.
Thank you.
The certificate for the most active participant will be presented by Mrs. Agustina, Masters of Public Health.
Okay, thank you, Eno. We will give reward to the most active participant. I submit this certificate. Hopefully, it will be full. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Thank you for your participation, and hopefully your spirit can inspire other participants. Alhamdulillah, we have gone through the entire series of international seminar events today well and smoothly. We hope that all the knowledge and insight that have been shared throughout today's session can provide meaningful benefits for the personal and professional development of all of us. I am Eno Nisrina Gabriela and
Zahra Putri Ramadhani
would like to express our deepest gratitude for your attention and active participation in this activity. We also apologize profusely if during guiding this event some mistake or things are less pleasing. Hopefully, we can meet again in the next scientific forum with the same enthusiasm and excitement. Bye, keep up the spirit, and keep working. Thank you, and see you next time. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih.